So the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation is very proud to be organizing, together with the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, this event to commemorate the 50 years of China-Greece relations, China being a very important world power on the ascending scale, and Greece wanting to have the best relations with China for the best future of both sides. Of course, we all know, and we very often say that the two civilizations have gone in a parallel routes from ancient times to today. This is true, and we need to make known to both sides, to the people of both sides, each other's history, and this will bring a mutual understanding that will promote people-to-people exchanges and a common understanding of how even today's economy and politics can be promoted for peace and prosperity. The Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation, as you know, has a seat, a chair at Tsinghua University for Greek Studies, and has opened the China Center for the Greek China Center for Studies here in Piraeus. We are very honored to have you here, sir. And we are also honored to have with us through video Zoom the Secretary General of the China Academy of Social Sciences, Mr. Zhao Qi. I'm afraid I have to convey Mr. Laskaridis' regret that he cannot be here today. He has a serious problem at a member of his family, and he is at the hospital. He asked me to say these words in his place, and he's deeply sorry for not being able to be here. The Minister of Development and Investment will say a first quick greeting through video.
First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. I wanted a lot to be with you there in the Laskaridis Foundation, which is one of the most respectful places for me in Piraeus and in broader Athens. But I have to be in the cabinet meeting, and it's totally impossible for me to leave the cabinet meeting for anything else. But I wanted to send this video message because I wanted to pay my respect to China and to China's history. You know, in this planet there are two real huge civilizations that has a different proposal to humans. The one is the West and the other is the East. The founders of the West is Greece. The founders of the East is China. So we share a common past through the centuries, through the millenniums, and I'm certainly sure that we're gonna share a common future. We really want to establish stronger ties with People's Republic of China. I want to thank, as Minister of Development and Investment, People's Republic of China for the investment you have already done to my country, especially COSCO investment, that really changed Piraeus port, and I want to reassure you that your investments in this country are welcomed, and we're here to help to accelerate our economic ties. Having said that, I want to wish a very fruitful meeting today, and enjoy all the very interesting speeches that I'm sure they're going to be there today. Thank you very much.
I will read out the Deputy Prime Minister of Greece letter of congratulations, Mr. Panagiotis Pikramenos. Can you put the Chinese translation? Κύριε Πρέσβη, κύριε Υπουργέ, θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω για την τιμή που μου κάνατε να απευθύνω χαιρετισμό στην ιδιαίτερα σημαντική εκδήλωση που οργανώνεται με την ευκαιρία της συμπλήρωσης 50 χρόνων διπλωματικών σχέσεων Ελλάδας-Κίνας. Θα προτιμούσα βέβαια να είμαι κοντά σας, αλλά ανηλυμένες υποχρεώσεις μου δεν το επιτρέπουν. Οι σχέσεις Ελλάδας-Κίνας κατά τη διάρκεια αυτών των 50 ετών αναπτύχθηκαν και καλλιεργήθηκαν ουσιαστικά, δημιουργώντας δεσμούς φιλίας που αποτελούν έρισμα και παράλληλα εφαλτήριο για την περαιτέρω εμβάθυνσή τους, κάτι που αποτελεί ισχυρή επιθυμία της χώρας μου. Οι στενοί δεσμοί φιλίας μεταξύ των χωρών μας ενισχύονται ακόμα περισσότερο από την κοινή συνείδηση ότι ο κινεζικός και ο ελληνικός λαός έχουν ως εφαλτήρια λαμπρούς αρχαίους πολιτισμούς. Οι δύο αυτοί σπουδαίοι πολιτισμοί, με παράλληλες μακραίωνες ιστορικές διαδρομές, επηρέασαν σημαντικά την εξέλιξη της ανθρωπότητας και αποτελούν φωτεινό φάρο για το σύγχρονο κόσμο. Διαρκής στόχος μας πρέπει να είναι η συνάντηση των δύο αυτών πολιτισμών και σε αυτό εκτιμώ ότι θα συμβάλλουν ουσιαστικά οι δράσεις που έχουν αναλυφθεί στο πλαίσιο του τρέχοντος έτους πολιτισμού και τουρισμού Ελλάδας-Κίνας. Παράλληλα, το σχέδιο δράσης για τον τουρισμό, που υπογράφηκε πρόσφατα μεταξύ των δύο χωρών, αναμένεται να δώσει περαιτέρω όθηση στην εκατέρωθεν διαφήμιση του τουριστικού μας προϊόντος και στην εμβάθυνση της τουριστικής μας συνεργασίας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η χώρα μου επιθυμεί την περαιτέρω ενίσχυση των διμερών μας σχέσεων στο πλαίσιο της αμοιβαίας εμπιστοσύνης και αλληλοκατανόησης. Η Ελλάδα αποτελεί πύλη εισόδου της Ασίας στην Ευρώπη, ιδίως μέσω της σημαντικής επένδυσης της COSCO, και είμαστε αποφασισμένοι να υποστηρίξουμε και να προωθήσουμε το σύνολο του φάσματος των διμερών οικονομικών, επενδυτικών και επιχειρηματικών μας σχέσεων. Η εν λόγω συνεργασία εξελίσσεται με δυναμισμό και ταχύτητα, σύμφωνα και με το προβλεπόμενο πλαίσιο της Συμφωνίας Στρατηγικής Εταιρικής Σχέσης που υφίσταται από το 2006. Παράλληλα, η συμμετοχή μας στην πρωτοβουλία Belt and Road μας δίνει τη δυνατότητα να συμμετάσχουμε σε σημαντικά έργα υποδομών προς διευκόλυνση του παγκόσμιου εμπορίου. Κλείνοντας το σύντομο χαιρετισμό μου, θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω και πάλι, κύριε Πρέσβη, για την πρωτοβουλία σας για τη σημερινή εκδήλωση, αλλά και για τη γενικότερη συνεργασία μας, όπως και όλους εσάς που συμμετέχετε σε αυτό το ιδιαίτερα ενδιαφέρον συμπόσιο. Ευχαριστώ. Could we now connect with the Secretary General of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences? The video, please.
尊敬的阿祖尼什、乔治亚基斯部长、科斯塔斯、弗兰格杨尼什副部长，尊敬的肖军正大使、乔治伊里奥普鲁斯大使，各位朋友、各位来宾，大家好。今天为纪念中西建交50周年，中国社会科学院与希腊拉斯卡利德斯基基金会共同举办以古老文明与现代伙伴为主题的研讨会。来自中国和希腊的专家学者在线上相聚，将就双方共同关心的话题展开深入探讨。我谨代表中国社会科学院向研讨会的召开表示热烈祝贺，向与会嘉宾表示诚挚欢迎和感谢。中国有句古语，叫做“治河者，不以山海为远”。中国和希腊虽然相距遥远， 但两国始终保持友好合作关系。中西友好关系走过了50年，是两国政府和人民相互理解、相互支持、相向而行的50年，也是见证和推动和平发展、合作共赢时代潮流的50年，树立了中国同欧洲国家交流交往的典范。在当今世界百年变局加速演进、国际形势复杂动荡背景下，双方厚植友好关系基础，深耕各领域合作，必将为世界和平安定与发展繁荣做出更大贡献。借此机会，我就发展中西友好合作与文明复建谈几点看法，与大家交流。第一，增强政治互信，不断深化全面战略伙伴关系。近年来，在两国领导人亲自关心和推动下，中西关系乘势而上，双方合作日趋巩固和深化。2018年，两国签署共建“一带一路”合作谅解备忘录，在欧洲为共建“一带一路”倡议起到示范带动作用。2019年，两国发布关于加强全面战略伙伴关系的联合声明，从战略高度为发展中西更高水平、更深层次的合作拨画了蓝图，指明了方向。在不断增强政治互信基础上，中西全面战略伙伴关系日益走深走实，将更加有效发挥以双边促多边作用，使中西合作为中欧整体合作增添稳定性和新动能。第二，加强经贸往来，持续拓展务实合作领域空间。当前，中国双循环新发展格局加速形成，希腊正在围绕复苏和转型积极推进希腊2.0计划，双方应加强战略对接，大力拓展合作共赢新空间。一方面，提升互联互通合作，共同推动比雷埃夫斯港和周欧陆海快线建设发展，充分发挥希腊区位优势，以畅通要素流动激发中西乃至中欧经贸合作潜力。另一方面，以创新发展和数字化转型为驱动，挖掘双方在技术、资金、市场等方面合作潜力，探索新路径、新业态，推出新项目、新成果，使双方务实合作更好助力两国可持续发展，造福两国人民。第三，深化人文交流，着力促进文明复建、民心相通。古希腊是西方文明的摇篮，在哲学、科学、艺术等领域留下了丰富的文明成果，对世界历史产生深远影响。中华文化历史悠久，博大精深，为推动人类文明进步发挥了不可替代的重大作用。东西方文明之光在亚欧大陆两端交相辉映，不仅为中西两国人民相知相亲、复学复建提供了丰沃土壤，也为中西两国友好合作、携手同行注入了不竭动力。同为文明古国和文化大国，中国和希腊有能力也有责任推动世界文明对话，以文明交流超越文明隔阂，以文明复建超越文明冲突，促进各国秉持相互尊重、和谐共生理念，共同应对全球性挑战，推动构建人类命运共同体。女士们、先生们，早在1200多年前，中国唐朝诗人张九龄曾写下2句千古名句，叫做“相知无远近，万里尚为邻”，生动体现了中国传统的亲情和合作理念。中国社会科学院历来高度重视与希腊人文社会科学界的交流与合作，多年来与希腊相关机构建立和保持了良好的合作关系。2019年11月，习近平主席访问希腊期间，在习近平主席和米祖塔吉斯总理亲自见证下，我院与拉斯卡利德斯基基金会签署了双方共建中国社会科学院希腊中国研究中心合作协议。中心建立以来，经常性举办各类学术研讨活动，为两国人文交流提供了重要平台。本次研讨会也是中国研究中心年度重要活动之一， 希望与会专家学者集思广益，畅所欲言，碰撞思想火花，产出知识成果，为中西加强友好合作、深化文明交流互鉴贡献智慧和力量。最后，预祝研讨会圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Okay, next speaker is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Economic Diplomacy, Mr. Kostas Frangogiannis. Please take the floor.
Honorable ministers and deputy ministers, Honorable Ambassador of China to Greece, Mr. Xiao Zhongzheng, dearest guests and attendees. I would first of all like to express my gratitude to the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation for jointly establishing an important institution, the Center for China Studies, and for organizing this high-level symposium under the very substantial title, China and Greece, from Ancient Civilization to Modern Partnership. It coincides with a very important anniversary. On exactly the 5th of June, 2022, we will be celebrating the 50th anniversary, or the so-called golden anniversary, since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Hellenic Republic and the People's Republic of China. Obviously, of course, both countries boast a much deeper past. Spanning over millennia, their histories are so long that 50 years initially may sound like an insignificant period. Yet, as contemporary times are times when changes occur extremely more rapidly than ever before, 50 years has proven to be a long enough period for enormous changes to have taken place. We have all borne witness to these spectacular global transformations. Let's take a minute to think of Greece and China back in 1972, when the first diplomatic ties were established. Do me this favor. Let's have a flashback for a moment. At that time, Greece was under a military dictatorship, which seized power in 1967, only to be overthrown in 1974. Following the restoration of democratic rule, Greece became the 10th member of the European Union, the so-called European Economic Community at that moment, in 1981. Membership in the EU helped the country modernize its state, ameliorate its infrastructures, strengthen its economy, and accelerate social progress. Quite similarly, China was nothing like the country it is today back in 1972. Indeed, in the past 50 years, the world has watched China with admiration as it built a prosperous society with its people enjoying higher standards of living as hundreds of millions were lifted from poverty. Over this period, the country has undergone a shift from a largely agrarian society to an industrial powerhouse. Congratulations for that. China's incredible rise over the past half-century is one of the most striking examples of the impact of opening up an economy to global markets. Now, fast forward to 21st century. The Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI, rooted in the spirit of the ancient Silk Road, is an initiative that has added new meaning to the relationship between China and Greece and has opened up new opportunities for the development of bilateral relations. I take pride for being the national coordinator of the 17+1 initiative. In 2019, Greece also officially joined the cooperation between China and Central and Eastern European countries. Then we have the Port of Piraeus. Due to its strategic importance as a gateway to the rest of Europe, the Port of Piraeus is one of the Chinese bridgeheads in Europe and one of the most critical links for the Belt and Road Initiative. China's COSCO Shipping acquired the majority of the Piraeus Port Authority in 2016. And for 2021, the annual turnover reached 154.2 million euros, 16% more than 2020. This is an unprecedented record, as it is the highest profit ever recorded in the company's history. Greece, however, ladies and gentlemen, is not only Piraeus, and I strongly believe that Chinese businesses should take a closer look at Greece for potential investments. In 2022, Greece has a unique opportunity for growth through Next Generation EU funding and the country's Greece 2.0 recovery and resilience plan. I was happy to see that this high-level symposium you're holding today includes a panel on the Belt and Road Initiative and Greece 2.0, and I'm looking forward to hearing its conclusions. As far as opportunities for Chinese investments are concerned, shipping, infrastructure, transport services, supply chain, and cargo handling continue to top the list. But there is ample opportunity for investments in the energy sector, renewable and alternative sources, agriculture, and technology. Our government's reforms since 2019 have already changed perceptions. In the past 2.5 years, Greece has managed a complete turnaround and now ranks in the top 10 investment destinations in Europe. What investors see is the politically stable country with an array of foreign direct investment incentives, solid institutional foundations, social cohesion, and a highly qualified workforce, which is an excellent standard of living and a great potential for growth and profits. Apart from investments, though, trade also offers vast opportunities to further promote bilateral economic ties. Of course, we must acknowledge the enormous differences in scale between Greece and China, and both sides should look for practical ways to reduce the trade deficit, which is growing in China's favor at a rate of 10 to 15% per year. This is true despite Greece's exports having increased over the past 25 years at an annualized rate of 16.6%. I mentioned investments and exports, and both of these sectors fall within my portfolio as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where I had economic diplomacy and openness. I can mention many other examples of China-Greece relations, which have only grown stronger since 1972. For example, just in March, our two countries signed a comprehensive joint action plan for 2022 to 2024 in the field of tourism. And in a few days' time, on May 31st, a new memorandum of understanding will be signed between the Hellenic Ministry of Development and Investments and the Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology on closer cooperation in the field of science, technology, and innovation. Also, the China-Greece Year of Culture and Tourism started in September last year, and it will be going on throughout the year 2022. But some examples of Chinese-Greek cooperation and relations are far less official, more close to our hearts, in all kinds of fields, like making friends through the martial arts during the event day of Kung Fu on May 14, the annual Chinese language examinations held at the University of Athens, and films co-produced by China and Greece, like A Day in the Life of Teddy Bear. In closing, I think the logo designed jointly for the 50th anniversary of diplomatic ties was perfect and truly representative of the spirit of our relations, elements of both flags, red and blue, and symbols of both countries, such as the Chinese ornament column and the silk ribbon Greek lira and amphora, create a simple but powerful message of friendship. This reminds me of the 4 key phrases Ambassador Xiao Zhongzheng used to summarize China-Greece relations: mutual, amicable trust, mutual learning between civilizations, mutually beneficial cooperation, and mutual understanding between peoples. I completely agree, Ambassador. And I wish all of us a happy anniversary, best of success of your symposium, and many, many more years of cooperation and friendship to come. Thank you very much.
I would now like to pass the floor to the China ambassador to Greece, Mr. Xiao Junzheng.
Distinguished His Excellency Franco Yanis, the Deputy Prime Minister of Greece, distinguished Secretary General Mr. Zhao Qi from CASS, and my dear colleagues, Ambassador Eliopoulos, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my great pleasure to join you on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Greece, to review the traditional friendship between our two countries and look forward to the brighter prospect of our cooperation. On behalf of the Chinese Embassy in Greece, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our friends from all walks of life who have made hard efforts to promote the development of our bilateral relations. I also wish to thank the Chinese Academy of Social Science and the Laskaridis Foundation for organizing this important event. Over the past 50 years, our two countries have increasingly strengthened mutual political trust, setting an example of peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation between different countries and civilizations. In 2006, China and Greece established a comprehensive strategic partnership. In 2018, the two governments signed a memorandum of understanding on jointly building the Belt and the Road. In 2019, Greece joined the China CEEC Cooperation. In November 2019, President Xi Jinping paid a successful visit to Greece, ushering a new era of China-Greece relations. Over the past 50 years, China-Greece mutually beneficial cooperation has been continuously expanding. Greece is an important partner of China in the EU. The two sides signed the Economic Technological Cooperation Agreement in 1983 and established the mechanism of Joint Economic and Trade Committee, which has convened 13 times so far. In 2017, the two sides launched the mechanism of three-year cooperation plan steering committee, and the fourth meetings of the committee will be held soon. China International Import Expo, the China CEEC Expo, and other events have become an important platforms for exchanges and cooperations between the Chinese and Greek companies. According to the Chinese statistics, the bilateral trade volume has exceeded $10 billion for the first time in 2021, rising from less than $100 million in the early 1990s and reaching $12 billion. Greece has become China's fourth largest trading partner among Central and Eastern European countries, and China is the third largest trading partner of Greece and the largest one outside the EU. In recent years, under the framework of the joint construction of the Belt and Road, the two countries have carried out extensive mutually beneficial cooperation in fields such as transportation, energy, communications, and finance, and achieved fruitful results. Over the past 50 years, the two countries have jointly promoted exchanges and mutual learning among civilizations and deepened mutual understanding between our two peoples. Greece has helped the Chinese side evacuating Chinese citizens from countries in war or turbulences. When Greece was hit hard by the debt crisis, China also made efforts to help Greece's friends tide over the difficulties. When COVID-19 pandemic broke out, Greek friends did not hesitate to support China, and China provided China provided medical supplies to Greece in just a few days, writing a new chapter of China-Greece friendship. The two countries have 21 pairs of sister provinces and cities. The China-Greece Year of Culture and Tourism has attracted active participation from all circles. All of these are demonstrating the new dynamism of our traditional friendship. Dear friends, in the new era, to tap into new opportunities and address new challenges, we must continue to adhere three principles. First, we must respect and trust each other, which means respecting and supporting each other on choosing our own development paths, and maintaining communication and coordination on each other's concern. Second, we must pursue mutual beneficial and win-win cooperation, which calls on us to align the construction of the Belt and Road with the Greece 2.0 recovery plan, and expand bilateral cooperation in areas such as shipping, energy, infrastructure, green and digital economy. Third, we must press ahead with mutual learning, which involves dialogue between civilizations and people-to-people exchanges, particularly deepening cooperation in education, youth, tourism, and other fields, and cultivate more new forces for China-Greece friendship. Greek friends often say, "Hold me so I can hold you, so we can climb up the mountain." And the Chinese also say that many hands make light work. I look forward to working with all of you and friends from all walks of life in the two countries to think together and work together to write a new chapter of China-Greece friendship and cooperation. I also look forward to your in-depth exchanges of ideas and suggestions today. I wish the symposium a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to show the Greek ambassador in Beijing a short welcome, Mr. George Iliopoulos.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of the Academia, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is with great pleasure that I'm with you today upon the invitation of the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation, which I would like to congratulate for its continuous efforts in advancing the mutual understanding and the relations of our two countries. Special thanks to Director General Vice Admiral Konstantinos Mazarakis for the organization of this symposium. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Greece and the People's Republic of China. It has been a long and fruitful journey for both our countries that gives excellent reasons to be hopeful for the coming years. In these 50 years, we have always appreciated and respected each other and sought practical ways to promote friendship and understanding between our two peoples. Our relations are a true reflection of mutual understanding, practical assistance, and affinity between different cultures, and a brilliant example for peace, development, and cooperation ever so necessary in today's world. Our economic ties have also grown stronger over the years, and although asymmetries and imbalances remain, especially in trade, successful projects demonstrate the way forward. Such a landmark project of our cooperation all these years is the investment of COSCO in the Piraeus port. Its success is clearly demonstrated by the port's record annual profits for 2021 and its annual turnover, which reached more than 150 million euros. And let's not forget that Greek ship owners have built more than 1,000 vessels in Chinese shipyards over the last 15 years, a colossal investment worth over $70 billion. Our cooperation and solidarity in the sea goes well beyond trade, addressing also a wide range of issues from piracy to humanitarian crises. Our bilateral cooperation in the energy sector seems also very promising, as Greece is rapidly abandoning fossil fuels in favor of renewable energy and is enhancing its role as an energy hub in the southeastern Europe, while China is also paving its way towards carbon neutrality. Chinese companies are already involved in projects on Crete and partnership with Greek universities, such as University of West Macedonia. There is, however, much room for investment, collaboration, and mutual gains. And while the pandemic has certainly hindered academic exchanges, and Greek students still try to return to the Chinese universities, it is confronting to know that our academic institutions continue to explore ways for collaboration. One such example is the recent agreement between the Greek universities of Athens, Thessaloniki, Patras, and Crete with the Southwest University of Chongqing for the creation of a master's level degree. Meanwhile, a joint undergraduate program between Shenyang University and the University of West Attica is under preparation, hopefully paving the way to further future collaborations between Greek and Chinese institutions. Culture and tourism have also provided strong basis for development of our relations and have given us over the years opportunities to host memorable events, promoting mutual understanding and bringing closer together the peoples of our countries. Looking back over the 50 years of successful diplomatic ties, I'm confident that Greece and China will continue to further deepen their bilateral relations, contributing to enhancing multilateralism, peace, and development around the world. In this context, I would like to wish all a happy 50th anniversary of Greece-China diplomatic relations, while looking forward to a brilliant future for our bilateral ties. Thank you.
With Mr. Iliopoulos' welcome address, we can start the academic part of the event. We will try to connect with the moderator, Wang Lei, General Director of the Bureau of International Cooperation at CAS. And we will have two keynote speakers, one from China, the Director General of the Institute of European Studies, CAS, President of the China CEC think tank networks, Mr. Feng Zhongping, and the president of the board, Elia Mep, Professor Sciences of Paris, Professor Emeritus at the University of Athens, Mr. Lukas Tsoukalis. Let's connect with our remote participants, please.
Okay.
I will only say that we need to keep in mind that because of the technical difficulties with the sound, all participants, especially the remote participants, must not speak while we are speaking from here, and we must not speak while they are speaking from there. This will pose some problems during the Q&A periods, but we can surmount it if we are well organized and listen to the directions.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you hear? You can hear me. Okay, thank you. I'm very honored could function as the moderator for this keynote speech session. First of all, I would like to express our great appreciation for our partners' hard work and efforts in organizing this important forum. I also would like to express our gratitude to our partner in cooperation in organizing a series of academic activities under the framework of the China Research Center, which we jointly established years ago. I think with this important forum, we could have a new start for us to work together to do more contribution in strengthening the cooperation and the relationship between China and Greece. Okay, so now we would like to welcome the first keynote speaker, Professor Feng Zhongping, who is the Director General of the European Studies of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And he's also the president of China, Central and Eastern European countries think tank network. Professor Feng, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chairman, Director General Wang Lei, dear colleagues and friends. It's a great honor for me to join today's symposium. As previous speakers have already stressed, we have very good reasons to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the establishment of our diplomatic relations. China and Greece are each other's key strategic partner and friends. During the past 5 decades, especially since the global financial crisis, our two countries have enhanced cooperation in many areas. Greece joined the China CEE cooperation mechanism, and we have done many things together within the Belt and Road Initiative framework. The two countries have frequently exchanged their views, not just on bilateral issues, but also on important regional and global issues. Let me take this opportunity to say a few words about the future development of our relations. As we all know, Europe is a very important partner for China. From 2004, when the EU first expanded eastward, to 2019, the EU had been China's largest trading partner, while China had been the second largest trading partner for the EU. In 2020, China overtook the United States, becoming the EU's most important trading partner for the first time. For many years, China-European relations had been stable and cooperative. But frankly speaking, now this relationship is facing more and more challenges. EU's new perception of China, US-China rivalry, COVID-19 pandemic, and the Ukraine crisis have all contributed to the change. Many European countries adopted a diversified approach to China, regarding China as partner, competitor, and a systemic rival. I give you two examples. After the 2021 German federal election, a coalition agreement published by Social Democrats, Greens, and the Free Democrats said that Germany was to develop our relations with China in the dimensions of partnership, shaping competition, and the system rivalry. In an interview in June 2021, French Foreign Minister made a similar statement when he said that France considered China as a partner, competitor, and a rival. Based on this new perception of China, in recent years, the EU as a whole has significantly increased its awareness of competition. And at the same time, the EU is more willing to take a hard line with China in terms of ideology, including domestic government models and global political influence. In short, the new perception of China makes the EU's China policy more focused on competition. The United States has a very important influence on the foreign policy of European countries. Since the end of the Cold War, Europe and the United States have experienced challenges in maintaining the allies. The war against Iraq in 2003 and Trump's 4 years in the White House made the transatlantic relations very difficult. After Joe Biden took office in 2021, he declared that America is back and the EU-US relations have been improved. The US and Europe have increased coordination in their China policy. The two sides have strengthened the high-level dialogue mechanism related to China and established US-EU Trade and Technology Council aimed at targeting China. Since the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine conflicts, the negative views about China have increased in Europe. In April, the European Parliament held a discussion on China-European relations. One could clearly say this from the debates among the members of the European Parliament. As the two of the three largest economies in the world, both China and Europe have gained considerable benefits from decades of economic and trade cooperation in the past. The next few years will be extremely crucial to the world landscape, especially to relations among the major powers. China and the EU need to adapt to the new situation of increasing competitiveness in their relations and exploit a new pragmatic, rational relationship model The two sides should actively think cooperation on green development and the digital economy. At the same time, I think they also have the responsibility to strengthen exchanges and cooperation to prevent the reappearance of a confrontational pattern between the world's major powers. It is against this background that I think China-Greece relationship is becoming more important than before. I know that the power structure of the European Union is very complex. There are 27 member states governments and the supranational institutions like Parliament, Council, and the Commissions, etc. Every major decision of the EU is the result of close interaction and intense waggling among members, as well as between member states and the European Union supranational institutions. Despite the complexity, Greece can be the bridge between China and Europe. By working together, China and Greece could play a role of pioneer for EU's relations with China. The European Union has a growing desire to become an independent global player, which will free it from dependence on other powers. Currently, the EU is undergoing two major transformations. The first is economic transformation, which includes both the green and digital transformations. And the second, also being carried out by the EU, is a diplomatic transformation. China supports the EU to become an independent player on the world stage. During Donald Trump's 4-year period, the frictions and the conflicts between Europe and the United States in global governance and other aspects were prominent. What the Trump administration did internationally, including withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, and the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, runs counter to the principles and the positions that Europe adheres to. It has become increasingly difficult for Europe to continue to rely on the United States. China's mainstream view of Europe is that European countries and the EU are our important partners. There are important opportunities for cooperation with each other. As China's economic growth remains strong and the Chinese market continues to expand, China and Europe have great potential for cooperation. The completion of the comprehensive agreement on investment negotiations between China and the EU on 30 December 2020 marks a big step forward for China-EU relations. Unfortunately, at present, the approval process for the China-EU CAI has been interrupted as a result of sanctions and anti-sanctions between the two sides. For both China and the EU, the next most important thing is to find ways to prepare a suitable atmosphere and environment to break the current deadlock and return the approval process to a normal track as soon as possible. To conclude, a stable China-EU relations is in the interest of both China and Greece. I sincerely hope in the next 50 years, Greece could play a big role in China-EU relations. Thank you so much.
Thank you for Professor Feng's very insightful and enlightening speech. In his speech, he pointed out the challenges facing EU-China relationship, and also he gives his suggestions on how China and Europe can promote our mutual understanding and cooperation, especially the very special and important role that Greece can play in such a process. So in such a context, we can realize that the think tank dialogue, like which we are working on today, is very, very important, which can help our two sides to deepen our mutual understanding and in the best possible way to map and plan the cooperation between China and Europe at this stage and in the long run. So thank you very much for Professor Feng. Next keynote speaker is Professor Loukas Tsoukalis, who is the president of the Greece Foundation for Europe and Foreign Policy. He is also the professor of Paris Institute of Political Sciences and also professor emeritus of Athens University. So Professor Tsoukalis, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor to be part of this symposium celebrating the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the People's Republic of China and the Hellenic Republic. And it is, of course, a great honor to address such a distinguished audience. I should like to thank the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and the Chinese Embassy in Greece for their very kind invitation. Our two countries are, of course, far away from each other, although geographical distance has become much less important in a rapidly shrinking world. They are also very different in size, history, political culture, and strategic concerns. Yet, there has always been at least one important thing we've shared, and this is mutual respect for each other's long and highly distinguished historical trajectory. We are both Greeks and Chinese, the inheritors of two ancient civilizations that have left a strong imprint on world history, and we are rightfully proud of this inheritance. Hence, the respect we have for each other, even before we came into direct contact when China opened itself to the world. 50 years of diplomatic relations in an era of globalization and relative peace in world affairs have changed substantially the bilateral relations between China and Greece. And it has been a very positive development indeed. We've come to know each other much better at both the official level and through private contact. Many Chinese have visited Greece and Greeks have visited China, myself included several times. I've always greatly enjoyed my visits to China and learned from them. Student exchanges have begun, universities and think tanks have opened channels of communication. Meanwhile, our Chinese partners
have turned Piraeus into one of the biggest ports in the Mediterranean and an important gateway to Europe for mutual benefit, I should add. Greeks have become large consumers of Chinese goods, although much less so the other way around. And last but not least, a considerable part of China's rapidly growing trade with the rest of the world has been transported on Greek-owned ships, many of which are now built in Chinese shipyards. During these years, China has performed an economic miracle, which is unprecedented in history, pulling hundreds of millions of its citizens away from subsistence levels, while also turning into a technological leader in many sectors. All that in the course of only a few decades, which is a truly remarkable achievement. China has surely benefited a great deal from the latest era of globalization, although it is by no means the only one. The trouble, however, is that the benefits from economic globalization have been very unevenly distributed within the countries of the developed world, and this has caused strong political reactions in Western democracies, reactions which ultimately shape policies. On the other hand, Greece was still a poor country in the aftermath of the Second World War, with a relatively underdeveloped and heavily protected economy. Greece performed its own economic miracle, mostly in the 1950s and the 1960s, gradually opening up its economy to international exchange, a process that accelerated fast when Greece became a member of what is now known the European Union. A large single market and an ever closer union premised on peace, democracy, and the sharing of sovereignty are the key characteristics of European integration that has no parallel in any other part of the world. Greece soon reached the top 25 of the World League in terms of living standards, according to UN data. But it also went through several economic crises in the more recent period. The latest and biggest among them was provoked by the international financial crisis of 2007-8, which brought Greece to the verge of bankruptcy. We survived, but only just, mostly with the help of our European partners, but also China's help. And we paid a huge price in the process. Hopefully, we have also learned some useful lessons about sound economic management. During the last 2 years and more, human and economic exchanges between our two countries have been severely affected by the pandemic. One can only hope this will not last for much longer. However, and unfortunately, this is not the only cause for concern. The war in Ukraine and growing strategic rivalry at the global level pose a major threat to progress achieved during the last 3 to 4 decades. World peace is at stake, and so are the benefits of international interdependence. The health of our planet is also at stake as an existential challenge for all humankind. Climate change threatens us all, and global cooperation will be absolutely essential to fight against it. Greece, as you know, is a member of NATO. The Atlantic Alliance has taken a strong stance condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine and has imposed heavy sanctions on the invading country. It is about unprovoked aggression, the inviolability of frontiers, and respect for international law, about which Greece feels very strongly, especially given the state of affairs in our immediate neighborhood. The war in Ukraine has already imposed a heavy toll in terms of human lives and material damage. The broader consequences of the war include an energy crisis followed by a food crisis that is expected to affect mostly the world's poorer countries. Growth forecasts are being constantly adjusted downwards and inflation is rising. Many economists are already talking about the prospect of a world recession. It is therefore essential and urgent that the war in Ukraine stops and negotiations begin in search of a mutually acceptable, yet admittedly very difficult to reach compromise. It should be in our joint interest, China and Greece, to contribute to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The prolongation of the war would entail a heavy cost for our countries and the world as a whole. The European Union, of which Greece is also a member, has joined in collective sanctions against Russia. European countries are now trying to diversify their external sources of energy in times of crisis and cut off their dependence on Russian oil and gas. It is really sad to witness the gains from economic interdependence between the EU and Russia as part of peaceful coexistence and the opening of borders that had followed the end of the Cold War being suddenly thrown away through this act of aggression. Europe will pay a big price as a result, Russia included, arguably more so. And let me also add that sanctions are indeed a dangerous game for all concerned. Let me now move into the final part of my short speech today by concentrating on bilateral relations between the European Union and China, as well as between Greece and China, within a multilateral context. You know that many people in Europe and the West have criticized China for having taken an unfair advantage of the rules of the game, more specifically of its World Trade Organization membership. We shall need to rethink the rules of global economic interdependence and the way we all make use of those rules in order to avoid accusations of unfair competition, accusations which can easily escalate and get out of control. On the other hand, I believe that China should be given the place it deserves in multilateral institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank, and help to become a major and responsible stakeholder in the management of global interdependence. This should include the provision of global public goods with a strong emphasis on climate policy. Europe, China, and the US need to cooperate to fight climate change. Meanwhile, our domestic policies need to address the unequal effects of economic interdependence within our societies. Without such policies, the opening of economic borders may no longer be politically sustainable. In times of growing strategic rivalry, the European Union can and should exert much needed moderating influence and try to prevent a major regression in global economic interdependence. It should also try to prevent the use of economic interdependence as a political weapon. Europe has open economies and appreciates the importance of international economic exchange, so long as such exchange respects jointly accepted rules. European countries also have a long experience of close cooperation and compromise within their own common institutions. Such experience will be badly needed at the global level in the months and years to come we should all try to make the best use of it. Greek-Chinese bilateral relations are part of the bigger picture. Being so different in so many ways, our two countries have benefited a great deal from bilateral exchanges, be they political, economic, or cultural, while respecting differences between us. We have a strong interest in protecting what has been achieved until now and going forward with our cooperation. More trade and investment are highly desirable, and so are more exchanges between our peoples. China has a huge market, investment funds, and an advanced knowledge in high technology sectors. The Belt and Road Initiative and the 16+1 cooperation framework are very important, but they should be used, if I may say so, wisely in today's difficult geopolitical context. As for Greece, its relatively small economy is part of the European single market. The Greek economy is first and foremost an economy of services, with tourism and shipping being its two main assets. Let us not forget that Greek shipping is a global leader. On the other hand, the European Union is forced by external events to go beyond the traditional role as a trade and economic power by increasingly acquiring a geopolitical role. Finding itself in an unstable part of the European continent, Greece actively supports this transformation of the EU. I shall conclude by stressing the strong complementarity in our bilateral relationship, which needs to be protected and carefully cultivated in today's increasingly unstable and dangerous international environment. It will be in China's and Greece's mutual interest to do so. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks for the excellent keynote speech by Professor Tsoukalis. It's very impressive. He mentioned that both China and Greece, we have got benefits due to the open door policy and our economy's integration into the global economy. But unfortunately, the world now is facing very severe challenges. For both China and Greece, we hope we can further develop our economies and to enhance our people's welfare in a global environment which is peaceful, cooperative, and open. But now really we have to face the challenges at this stage. But China and Greece, we both a country with significant history and civilization. So we have the special advantage to take the long-term view to think of the fundamental reasons underlying all these challenges and the difficulties, and to use our wisdom to think of what could be the possible solutions to tackle with these challenges. So we appreciate very much for the excellent two keynote speech by Professor Feng and Professor Tsoukalis. We think they have started our academic discussion with an excellent introduction, and also their keynote speech could be very enlightening guidance for our discussion in the coming sessions. So now I would like to conclude this keynote speech session. And the symposium will continue with the following sessions. I would like to hand over the moderator function to Mrs. Arivan Mido to continue the academic discussion. Thank you.
Professor Liu Weimo is online, I think.
Yes, I'm here.
So I may pass the floor to the moderator of the next panel, which is Insights for Modern Times, Drawn from Wisdom of Ancient Cultures. I would like to say once again that due to the technological problem with the sound looping when we have open both sides from incoming Zoom and outgoing physical presence, we need to mute each other when each side speaks. And this needs a few seconds every time. So please, when you discuss or change speaker, always leave at least 10 seconds without speaking before you start speaking. So I pass the floor to Elena Avramidou, Associate Professor at Peking University, Center for Hellenic Studies, and recently UNESCO Chair at the Ionian University.
Distinguished guests, welcome to the first panel of this high-level symposium on the 50th anniversary of China-Greece diplomatic relations. China and Greece are two countries with a long history and ancient civilization, developed in parallel at the same historical time. Two countries that, although the geographical distance, they share fascinating encounters, ties, relations, and exchanges. Moreover, although the political, economic, social, cultural, and geographical differences, they share the determination for harmony, virtue, and wisdom. So the question that is coming spontaneously is, what are the lessons that we can draw from the ancient wisdom? What are the insights for modern times drawn from Western wisdom of ancient cultures? And this is exactly the topic of this panel. We have two excellent speakers, Associate Professor Liu Weimo and Dr. Stefano Gadolfo. The first speaker is Mr. Liu Weimo, Associate Professor of Institute of Philosophy at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and a member of CASS, Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and Ekaterini Laskaridis Center for China Studies. His current research interests are in ancient Greece-China comparative studies in cosmology, medicine, and music. And the topic of his presentation is from Eurocentrism, globalism to comparativism. Parallels between ancient Greece and China in cosmologies, medical traditions, and art history. So, Professor Liu, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon. And thank you for Elena's introduction. It is my great honor to be invited again by CAS Alpha Center for China Studies to share my opinions on what insights we can draw from ancient Greek and Chinese wisdoms for our modern times, for the future, and how we can do it with it. And my research are guided by two intertwining interests in case studies across cultures and interpretative methods. And last November, when I presented at CAL's Alph Center for China Studies with similarities between Greek and Chinese cosmologies in antiquity, my focus was more on the specific contents of one domain case studies, that is Greco-Chinese ancient cosmologies. As Elena and Stefano didn't attend last conference, so please allow me to quickly review of it. So, firstly, I listed several stereotypes with contrary and opposite words to describe two counterparts concerned here, such as causal versus correlative ways of thinking, and geometric versus arithmetic ways of heaven and earth modeling, and tragic versus comic attitudes of human beings towards God or nature, along with separative versus harmonic relations between man and heaven. And in contrast to this popular compare and contrast interpretative model, I propose my compare and similar model with a detailed analysis of both ancient Greek and Chinese textual literature. For example, using Hesiod theogony and Plato's Timaeus on the one hand, and the materials both from Chinese handed down literatures, such as 尚书谣典 and bamboo and thick manuscripts, such as 楚帛书, 楚简太一 generate water, and 北大秦 bamboo scripts, 卢九次 script numbers for 陈启. On the other, I argued that ancient Greek and Chinese people shared similar way of thinking the processes of the creation of cosmos. And this is a similar way of thinking, according to my view. And the same from oneness to speciality and to temporality and to time in segments. And the second case is using Anaximander's fragments and Plato's Timaeus again on the other, and several excavated and preserved mathematical manuscripts being supported by other handed literatures in a wider context on the other. I argued that ancient Greek and the
Professor
Chinese people.
Please
yeah.
share screen. Please share screen. We cannot see your presentation. Thank you.
I'm sharing my screen. You didn't see it till now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah. We can see it now. Thank you.
Shall I start again, or I just continue? Do I need to start doing that again? Hello?
Okay. Now
okay.
It's okay.
No, it's okay. Okay. Yes. So I repeated some of my opinions. So last time I listed several. Firstly, I listed several stereotypes you can see on the screen with contrary and opposite words to describe two counterparts concerned here, such as causal versus correlative ways of thinking, geometric versus arithmetic ways of heaven and earth modeling, and tragic and comedic attitudes of human beings towards gods or nature, along with separative versus harmonic relations between man and heaven. And in contrast to this popular compare and contrast interpretive model, I propose my compare and similar model with detailed analysis of both ancient Greek and Chinese textual literatures. And this is one example. I use Hesiod theogony and later Plato's Timaeus. as one on the one part, and the materials both from Chinese handed down literatures and bamboo and silk manuscripts on the other. I argued that, sorry. I argued that the ancient Greek and Chinese people shared similar ways of thinking, the processes of the creation of cosmos. And another case is I use Anaximander fragments and Plato's Timaeus on the one hand, and several excavated and preserved mathematical manuscripts on the other. I argued that ancient Greek and Chinese people share a similar way of modeling and visualizing the heaven and the earth as well, except for that Chinese used the special Shi graphs as tools for other practical purposes, such as diagnosis and treatment of disease and religious purposes, while ancient Greeks used the spheres for demonstrative and instructive purposes. Second, and with the conclusion, I think for ancient Greek and Chinese people, they share similar modeling methods to find the temporality and visualize it. And after the presentation, I happily see that this conclusion is confirmed by the text Wu Ji, a newly released text by Research and Conservative Center for Unearthed Texts, Tsinghua University, on December 16th, 2020. And this text has received much attention since its release because it is the longest unearthed document ever seen, with 4,500 words in total, and contains a well-structured celestial and human system. And here is a reconstruction of the structure of the heaven and the earth by one of the collectors, editors, Jia Lianxiang. And the essay is forthcoming. And so at that time, I thought my compare and a similar model is better for several reasons, because I think it is more consistent with textual context, with cross-reference between unearthed manuscripts and handed down classical literature. And it seemed to be more productive following the sequence of asking what is universal and similar first, and then to figuring out what are cultural specifics. And furthermore, I think it is more beneficial for our future cooperation, because if we find true similarities between our respective cultures and build mutual understanding of them, we are more likely to develop a shared future. But all of these seem to view this interpretive model from a consequentialist perspective. And a more serious problem comes out if we think what is universal, what criteria are we using to determine which one is universal and which one not? Is it always a value-laden problem? If it is, does it mean that we just jump from Eurocentrism, Americocentrism to Sinocentrism? Can we break through this stalemate? I need to face these challenges. Otherwise, I cannot say my interpretive model is profoundly better. And now, recently, I have read a book written by Elsner called Eurocentric and Beyond: Art History, the Global Trend, and the Possibilities of Comparativism. It is also published by one of the colleagues from CAS, and that is very inspiring for me, I think. And so, because my topic, because there are three key words in my topic: Eurocentric, Eurocentrism, globalism, and comparativism. So I just relate separately with its three keywords with my topic. And the first is the disciplinary receptions and the Eurocentrism. no matter the history of cosmology and astronomy, or the history of medicine, or the history of art, as disciplines, they are all very profoundly Eurocentric enterprises, because they were all built as disciplines in 19th century during the heyday of the imperial system in the long 19th century. This was a time when the rival European empires looked out to trade and dominance over a wide colonial structure across the world, at the same time looked back into their ancient ancestors, especially Greek civilizations, to justify and establish their claims for contemporary power and preeminence. In short, antiquity is a function of method. Due to this dual enterprise, we witnessed the late 19th century is the heyday of national libraries, universal museums, major archive collections, and their publications, learned societies, and grand journals. It was also the moment of a triumphant positivism, in which reasoned analysis was applied to all forms of empirical evidence to produce what was regarded as sound scientific knowledge. And globalism is where the pluralist multiculturalism. The globalism has been the full grounding of the contemporary. So one of the, just as Elsener says, one of the problems of a shift to global history is that it's impossible to think outside a model of universal mutual influence, with the danger of this coming to mean forms of Americanization or being seen through an Americanocentric lens. So it is too easy to pick and to come to pick and mix the pluralist multiculturalism of mutual respect. So beyond Eurocentrism and globalism, we arrived at comparativism as methodology. I don't have instructions of the methods. I cannot give the instructions, and I hope I can in the future, but I highly doubt that it is very domain related. And I think what is more important is we are highly sensitive to the presumptions underpinning the approach and the terms used, as well as the perspectives out of which historians write. So I'll give a case about the Greek and Chinese medicine. This is a picture I've shown the last time, if you remember. It is 20 years ago, in the very beginning of Professor Kuriyama's famous book, The Expressiveness of the Body and Divergence of Greek medicine, Greek and Chinese medicine. And we can see he just posted two impressive pictures. Obviously, he's using what I call the compare and contrast model. And there's another book which is very important, very influential for comparative studies. And Lloyd is my teacher and Steven is my teacher's teacher. And that is called The Way and the Word, Science and Medicine in Early China and Greece. I have great sympathy with them to overcome what I call the external compare and contrast model. But now when I reread it, I made a doubt a bit about whether they talk past one another, because when Lloyd writes about the Greek part, he was talking about the causes of pathological states. And it were the traditions from Plato and Aristotle. And when Steven talked about the Chinese part, he was using the causes of pathological events. So it is a bit like an implicit compare and contrast model. So, because I want to do some comparative studies on medicine as well. So what shall we do with comparativism as methodology? I think probably I will bring out more perspectives. such as ancient Greek and China, according to my knowledge, and to assess underpinning presumptions, conceptions, terms within each other, such as causation, to compare causation, and Bingying in Chinese part, and the pneuma in Greek part, and the qi in Chinese part. And we should consider the variation of the meanings of the archaic and the phlebis in Greek, and the genesis of Chinese mai and condites in Chinese part. And the most important question is to get the understanding how the Chinese and the Greek people understand disease and health. And I think that newly discovered, newly published, it is said to be published in this year. I'm waiting for it. It says Tianhui medical manuscripts. They have 8 books of medical books. Within it, it is called a medical system. So I hope this newly discovered, newly published evidence will help us to do the comparison. And I think. And I hope to listen to your advices as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liu, for your very interesting presentation. Professor Liu Weimo talked about the parallels between ancient Greece and China in cosmologies, medical traditions, and art history. She talked about the different ways of thinking, the different ways of heaven and earth modeling, and different relations between man and nature. She was talking about this topic, she was thinking of Plato's Timaeus, Anaximandros, Aristotle's and Chinese medical manuscripts, as well as the Book of Changes. She talked about the Eurocentrism that, according to her, no matter what we talked about cosmology, history of medicine, history of art as disciplines, she finds a very big, intense Eurocentrism. Instead of that, and instead of globalism, Professor Liu Weimo suggests a comparative method as comparativism as a methodology. To that end, thinking of ancient Greece and China and what these ancient cultures can offer us will be very useful. Thank you very much again, Professor Liu, for your interesting presentation. And now we pass to the second speaker, that is Dr. Stefano Gandolfo, that is advisor to the Minister of Education. He has studied philosophy at Yale, Peking University, and Oxford University. The topic of his presentation is the philosophical logic of political unification, European integration and antiquity. Dr. Gandolfo, the floor is yours.
大使线上各位老师，亲爱的朋友，大家好。那很可惜的是，今天得用英文讲，所以我希望下一次可以用中文讲，但是现在我再开始一下。Your Excellency, dear professors, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank the Laskaridis Foundation for including me in this event, for the kind invitation, but most importantly for creating this amazing space for Greek and Chinese academic collaborations, something which something which, when I started learning Chinese when I was a teenager in Greece, seemed as impossible. So it is fantastic to know that I can pursue my academic passion in Greece. And so I profoundly thank you for that. As it was mentioned, I'm currently employed at the Ministry of Education. And so we have great opportunities to work with the ambassador himself and the embassy in order to deepen our academic collaboration and have more Chinese students in Greece. But for that reason as well, I'd like to all, show some understanding that these are just some preliminary thoughts. This is more a presentation, an invitation to explore a new avenue rather than arriving at a specific destination. It's more about stirring a conversation and maybe perhaps poking our collective imagination instead of having a final conclusion. So my expertise from my studies, as Ms. Avramidou told you, is in China, but for the purposes of this presentation, I have included ancient Greece, which I studied growing up in Greece, and I also studied during my undergraduate degree at Yale, but it's not my specialty. So if there are any ancient Greek specialists, which I know there are, please forgive any mistakes. And so what I'd like to discuss today about the philosophical logic of political unification and European integration and antiquity, and particularly how China perhaps could serve as a model for European integration, came from a conversation that I recently had with a friend, and that just sparked some interest, and I've written a proposal, which hopefully one day will materialize into a book. So how can I change slides? There we go. Great. So the modern Chinese state was founded in 221 BCE with the unification of China under the state of Qin. And for more than 2 millennia and up to this day, the ideal of a political unity of China has remained intact. Now, the notion of unified rule was articulated at the very least, in fact, much earlier than that, since the Warring States period, and with a wide array of thinkers who also acted as political advisors on how to best achieve this grand goal. Intellectually speaking, the Warring States was undoubtedly China's golden age, what classical Athens was in Greece. Its locus classicus, where diverse intellectual lineages were established and 100 flowers bloomed. The differences between these schools of thought were immense, and often they had diametrically opposed ideas, which led to fervent debates. And one of the most important debates at the time, which impacted much of later Chinese theory and praxis, was how to best achieve the unification of China. Now, proposals ranged from violent conquest and brutal rule to benevolent leadership and peaceful governance. The question of how to achieve unity and then how to administer this new political unit was open, with only very few stable constants throughout all of these different schools of thought. One of the most important constants was that virtually no thinker, at least I'm aware of, during the Warring States or later in Chinese intellectual history, argued in favor of the fragmentation of the Chinese space. In other words, while there were indeed many different visions to achieve and administer a single political unit, the question of whether political fragmentation would be a better alternative to unification was never really articulated. And the quest for unity was constantly reaffirmed, even, or actually I should say, especially when the political reality on the ground was defined by fragmentation. And for good reason, because fragmentation in Chinese history meant a lot of wars, meant a lot of fighting, a lot of bloodshed. And so, as the name Warring States period implies, it was defined by constant and total war. So both political leaders and thinkers at the time were committed to the simple yet powerful idea of peace through unity, very much in the same way that the European Union is committed today. Now, this idea could not be more alien and different and opposed to the ancient Greek notion of autonomy, of the city-state being able to make its own laws and exert control over its own territory. According to the Oxford Classical Dictionary, in internal affairs, autonomy signifies the ability of a city-state, a polis, to make its own laws and effectively means self-determination. The term autonomy, autonomia, is also regularly used in the context of interstate relations, where it indicates a limited independence permitted by a stronger power to a weaker one, and this is indicative of interstate relations in ancient Greece. Now, the overall system of interstate relations at the time was defined by negotiation, competition, and war, and at best by ad hoc temporary alliances. And in some sense, this is very similar to what was happening in China at the time. Now, as Professor Roderick Beaton points out in his latest book, the Greeks of the ancient world never found a satisfactory way to regulate interstate relations, one that would have been comparable to the invention of politics within the polis. In other words, not only did the ancient Greeks never develop a programmatic vision for political unification akin to what happened in China, but even worse, we could say, they couldn't not even agree on a general framework of relations between them. So let's say a kind of international norms. Of course, there were many elements of political unification in ancient Greek history and thought. Some examples, for example, include institutions such as the Olympic Games and other festivals, which underpin the shared culture, a shared culture across city-states, or specific moments in history like the Persian Wars, which saw a tendency towards unification, or even the common state of the Hellenes, the Kinon, founded under King Philip of Macedon. However, these elements notwithstanding, the mentality of an autonomous polis was so deeply ingrained that any flashes of peace, let alone unification, were quickly evaporated as the war between Athens and Sparta right after the Persian Wars so forcefully highlights. Thus, coming from a Chinese perspective, there is a marked absence of a philosophical and political discourse which places unification and peace as a primary desired goal, which begs the question as to why, given the extreme violence in ancient Greece, this strain of philosophical discourse never emerged. Now, I do not think it would be very controversial to say that the modern notion of sovereignty, while it is generally traced to the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, has a deeper philosophical lineage to the ancient Greek notion of state autonomy. What I would like to suggest, however, is that Chinese history and its concomitant very rich intellectual dimension constitutes a repository of experiences and ideas which can be useful to where the European Union stands today. Ancient China, and in particular the Warring States and early imperial periods under the Qin and the Han dynasties, have been quite tellingly compared to ancient Greece, the Roman Empire, and even early modern Europe. The comparison has led to many interesting revelations, not only about each of these two ends of the Eurasian empire, of the Eurasian continent, but also about deeper trends on a broad range of subjects, including practices of history writing, the formation of empires, and dynamics of interstate affairs. Yet there are hardly any studies, in fact, I'm aware of none, which bring together the ancient Chinese experience with contemporary European politics. And this is exactly what I would like to do in this project when I have the time to do so, which is mainly to use ancient Chinese discourse and practice of unification to problematize and look anew at the process of European unification today, as well as to understand the deeper logic of political unification, a logic which transcends time and space. So my current hypothesis is that on the one hand, there are meaningful comparisons and lessons to be drawn between the two. And on the other, that by bringing together such discrete socio-historical experiences, we can gain a deeper understanding about the logic of political unification, which exceeds any particular dynamics in a given place. So on the first level, in many ways, ancient China and at the end of the Warring States period was similar to post-World War II Europe, a group of independent states which had viciously fought each other for centuries, whereby each one had its own language, its own system of governance, its own coinage, calendar, and so forth, ultimately emerged as united. In many ways, they're also radically different, being separated by 2 millennia of experience with widely different ideas and technology, from democracy to atomic bombs. Now, the degree of similarities and differences ensures that there are meaningful insights to be drawn about both the European unification process and the deeper patterns of regional integration. On the first level of looking at European unification from a Chinese perspective, new questions emerged. So I think the most important question is whether we can treat the European Union as the historical and logical conclusion of a European warring states period. If so, in what ways do we understand the European unification project? And looking back, how does our understanding of previous European wars change? Why did the ideal of political unification emerge and become so dominant since antiquity in China? And why did it emerge as late and much less forcefully in ancient Greece and Europe? What new insights could we gain in our outlook for the future of European unification by examining it through this prism? What lessons are there for European leaders and thinkers, and how they understand European history that will strengthen the process of political unification? And finally, what instruments from ancient China, compatible of course with European processes of unification, could be applied in the European context today? Now, on the second level of incorporating the Chinese experience to construct a theoretical understanding of the deeper patterns of political unification, a different set of questions also emerges. First, how does the Chinese experience inform our understanding of the necessary and sufficient conditions for a political body to be considered a unification? What differentiates political unifications from other forms of creation of political units? Broadly speaking, is there a pattern for how unification has been presented, perceived, and pursued? What are some common fundamental attributes which make political unification appear desirable or even inevitable? What factors hamper or derail unification, and how are these dealt with? Thus, looking at all of the above questions macroscopically, what I would say the fundamental question that I'm trying to answer by employing these Chinese categories in our analysis of Europe is not only what we can learn about China, but more importantly, what we can learn from China. And of course, this is true with comparisons between ancient Greece and modern Europe, but the inherentances and the proximity between the two mean that we're not getting as novel and radically different a perspective as we would get by looking at modern contemporary European politics from an ancient Chinese prism. Now, to achieve these goals, and just to give you a taste of where my research could go, I primarily intend to draw from ancient Chinese philosophers and historians, as well as the rich literature on European history in the European Union, which obviously includes literature in ancient Greece, and to bring to surface the applicability of certain Chinese notions to the European context, as well as highlight some diachronic questions. So, for example, one key concept of the Warring States philosophical discourse that I have identified already is that of Tianxia, now all under heaven, and which is the designation for a geographical, but also in some cases metaphysical space that ought to be unified. Now, the different conceptions of Tianxia in ancient China, along with the varying notions of which lands exactly lie beyond China proper and which are within it, can potentially illuminate some dimensions of the European enlargement project, which is defined by similar questions of whether Europe is a strictly topological designation, or rather a common area of values which extends well beyond the geographic confines of Europe. In other words, what exactly is Europe, and which parts of the globe can or ought to be brought into it. Closely associated to this is the discourse on the differences between Han and Yi, Chinese and barbarians, even though I really don't like this translation because it brings in too much of an ancient Greek reading into interstate relations in ancient China. But for lack of better words, I'm using these ones for now. And the important question here is how the other ought to be viewed and treated within a political union. Now, again, different ancient Chinese thinkers held substantially different views, ranging from those who believe that environmental factors make non-Chinese incapable of assuming Chinese values and customs, to those who argued that education and acculturation can have profound transformative effects and that everyone effectively can become Chinese. A debate which Europe is facing today, obviously with its own differences and particularities, not only with its potential expansion, but with existing member states and their adoption of liberal and democratic European values. If one were to adopt the latter view, that education is transformative, then this could have some severe implications for the organization of the European Union, with the inclusion perhaps of education among the core competencies of the Central European administration, It's something too important to leave to the competencies of national member states. Now, of course, we find similar questions on the ideas of Hellas, of ancient Greece. Where does Greece end? Where does it begin? As well as who is Greek and who is not, with again significantly different answers to the question. For example, Herodotus refers to the common ties of blood, kinship, language, religion, and customs as the defining features of Greekness, whereas Isocrates champions an understanding of Greekness not in terms of kinship, but as a way of thinking and a shared education. What makes the Chinese discourse, however, different for European Union politics, and particularly relevant to contemporary European debates about Europe and European identity, is the political dimension of these questions vis-a-vis the quest of unification, something which is completely lacking from ancient Greek discourses. Now, before I close, I would just like to answer to some possible objections that might be raised. And of course, the idea of using Chinese concepts and categories to analyze European history and current trends might seem odd or problematic at first sight, because these are two widely different societies with such radical differences in values and political systems that any comparison is misguided or pointless, one might argue. But to that, I have to respond that to deny a priori, even before we start, the possibility of using the Chinese experience to understand Europe today is to limit ourselves to an ultimately Eurocentric and chauvinistic discourse, which does not see any value in non-European and intellectual and historical traditions, very much as we just heard from the previous speaker. Now, first of all, we consistently do the opposite. We use European categories, both ancient and modern, as universal truths to understand China and all other parts of the world, often without second thought, even though this practice has been rigorously shown to have severe limitations and problems. Of course, doing the contrary results in similar pitfalls. I'm not advocating substituting one set of categories as universal with another. Rather, what I'm calling for is the pluralization of our intellectual arsenal and the willingness to assume a spirit of openness to explore new avenues of academic research. Second, ancient China, with its plurality of languages, cultures, and political structures, bears a strong resemblance to Europe, thus making the comparison at the very least plausible. There is perhaps no other regional unification project more long-lasting and successful than the Chinese case, and asking what lessons exist for Europe today appears, to me at least, to be on the surface meaningful. Last, and more importantly, the plurality and diversity of arguments in warring states China reveals that the quest for political unification was understood to be prior to the means of unification and governance. What this implies methodologically is that the difference between two types of political unification, so in the European case, voluntary and democratic, compared to the ancient Chinese case of forced and not democratic, might not be as significant as one might initially assume. That is, the logic of political unification is conceptually antecedent to the means of achieving and managing it. In other words, a distinction between means and ends. The ancient Chinese preoccupation and experience with political unification can be meaningfully compared to discourses and experiences of unification in different socio-historical contexts, exactly because there is a deeper logic to unification which transcends any socio-historical particulars. So with these thoughts, I'd like to thank you, Σας ευχαριστώ, xie, and looking forward to your questions and to a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gandolfo, for the very insightful speech. Dr. Gandolfo presents us a very new idea about making a parallel between European unification and China during the Warring States period. It is a period of chaos and of bloody battles. But I have to say it was also a period where the 100 schools of thought were developed and flourished, giving the play to amazing discussions, philosophical discussions, between the itinerary thinkings of that time. Anyway, it is that period, the Warring States period, finished with the unification of China in 221 BC with the first Chinese emperor, Qin Shi Huangdi. And it is your idea, dear Stefano, is really very new for the academic circles because you are exploring a new way, a new topic. And you arrived at the point to talk also about European warring states. In this speech, Dr. Gandolfo also talked about the Chinese Tiansha. That means all under the heaven. We compare this with the Greek oikoumeni, just to give you an idea about this geographical and cultural notion. And also a reference to the difference Han Yi, Chinese and barbarians. That is very similar to a Socratic idea of Greeks and all and non-Greek speakers. That means that the identity of Chinese, of Greek, Chinese and Greekness is based on language, is based on culture, and not on racial consideration. And this is very interesting for the very strange periods of time that we live today. So there are so many interesting topics open for discussion. If you have any questions, please, we have some minutes more left, so you are welcome. Yes, please, Mr. Mazarakis.
Thank you. I would like to, I was very much impressed by the idea of unification being brought about in two ways, either through conquest and war, so forced on the subject, or being a decision to participate in a greater, how can I call it, in a greater, not nation anymore, but alliance with others in peace. And I would like Dr. Gandolfo to say a few words about that. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And I think this is a great question because it really goes at the heart of like the viability of this comparison. And so I have two answers. Hopefully in a few years, I'll have 10 or more answers to this question. The first one being that while it was forced, there was something voluntary in the sense that everyone agreed that it had to happen. That there wasn't any debate between whether unification and fragmentation, right? They all agreed that unification was absolutely necessary and that it had to happen. They just disagreed on the ways and who would bring about this unification. So on some level, they had moved past, or the question of whether we want to be fragmented and independent and autonomous or whether we want to be unified was not really a question. So that I think already shows some minimal level of a shared aspirational vision for unification. Now, the second, which is about the comparison, this is what I was trying to explain in my last point, is that obviously a voluntary unification like the European Union, where members petition to join and they can also leave, as happened in Brexit, and what's the historical experience in China are obviously very, very different. However, what I think my current hypothesis is that despite these vastly different ways of achieving a political unification, the goal, the fact that there is a goal for political unification, is independent to the means of achieving it. So what I find more interesting is trying to understand how does a discourse which places enormous value on political unification as a means of achieving peace or other shared interests emerges, and what can be done to sustain this discourse even though the means of achieving it are radically different. So these are two preliminary answers to this very important question. Thank you.
Are there more questions?
Can I ask a question?
Any questions,
Stefano?
please?
Hello, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Hello there. Hello,
Yes,
Stefano.
hello.
Yeah. I'm Weimo. I want to ask a question for Stefano. Because I think, as far as I know, there's a different. We know the great quarrel between Plato and Aristotle about the political unification, and also we have a different unifications between Sparta and Athens as well. So and now we have in ancient China we have the logic of political unification that is all under heaven. So my question is, and can you say more to compare all these three different ways of thinking political unity?
Did you understand the question?
Not really.
Yeah. Could you repeat that, please?
Because in ancient Greeks, we have different principles to different styles of political unities. That is the quarrel between Plato and Aristotle, right? So, and in China, we have another model that is a unification, political unification of all under heaven, right? So I want to, I'm wondering, can we do some comparison between these two ways of model? And I want to hear, because I don't know too much about political theories, so I want to hear your opinions about that.
Different πολιτεύματα στην Ελλάδα.
Yeah, so I think, you know, of course, first of all, I think it's important to just clarify that, of course, there were periods in ancient Greek history and also in instances of ancient Greek political thought that obviously place value on political unification. You know, making these broad macro-historical, macro-philosophical arguments, you know, it's always important to point out that there are exceptions to these general rules, as I tried to point out, by the fact that there were, you know, common institutions across Greek city-states, that there was indeed, you know, a common front against the Persians during the Persian Wars, or that under King Macedon, under King Philip of Macedon, there was indeed a unified, a common Greek state. So obviously these are all different ways in which unity was conceptualized and even practiced in ancient Greece. But it seems that the overall overarching dominating idea in ancient Greece was that of autonomy, was that of competition between city-states. And in that sense, I think the vision of ancient Greek thinkers predominantly is one which is very different from the vision of ancient Chinese thinkers at the time, where, you know, the overwhelming emphasis was on unification, was on peace through unity, and was achieving this, I mean, restoring in the perspective of ancient Chinese thinkers, a political unified realm. So I think, you know, to be honest, since these are just some proposals, I think I will be able to have a more full-fledged answer once I actually undertake this research. But thank you for your question. It will be very helpful in how I proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? No? So I think we have finished then the first panel. Many thanks to the two speakers, Professor Liu Weimei and Stefano Gandolfo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And of course, many thanks all of you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Avramidou, and also many thanks to Liu Weimei and to Stefano Gandolfo. At least for me, it was an eye-opening session. We continue directly to the next panel. It is 50 years of friendship and cooperation. I'm happy to say that the technical problem seems to have gone away by itself. I don't know why, but this is good news in any case. So we can continue in a more quick way and more direct communication between our Zoom participants and the live panel here. So I pass the floor to the moderator of the next panel, which is 50 years of friendship and cooperation, to the Deputy Director General of the Institute of European Studies at CAS, Secretary General of China CEEC Think Tank Network, and good friend, Professor Liu Zhuokui.
Okay, thank you for the moderator. And the dear friend, Konstantinos Mazanakis. And I'm so glad to meet you and the distinguished speakers and the guests from China and our Greek counterpart. This time it's my greatest honor to hold the second panel. And just now we have seen a very successful launching ceremony and the keynote speech, and also a very successful panel one discussion. And I think this gives me a very high encouragement to host the second panel discussion. On this discussion, we will talk about the 50 years of friendship and cooperation between China and Greece. I think 50 years is not a short time. It means from child to adult. And between China and Greece, it also means from remoteness to each other to closer friends with each other. So I think it's a very important time to cherish the friendship, the cooperation with each other. And firstly, I would like to invite our first distinguished speaker, Professor Yin Yali, who is from the Beijing Foreign Studies University. Maybe you know that he was once the diplomat in the Chinese embassy in Greece. He can speak very fluent Greece, but on this special occasion, I think he have to speak in English to make more audience hear about his opinion. Dear Professor Yin Yali, it's your floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? The sound is okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Okay, we just have a very good time and very interesting keynote speeches and also the panel one. Now we come to this panel is about 50 years of friendship and cooperation. So in this panel, I think I will give a review for 50 years of development of our relations. Thanks to CARS and the Lascaris Foundation and the Chinese Embassy in Athens, to give us a good chance, good opportunity to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relations of China and Greece. I was supposedly in Chinese Embassy in Athens as cultural attaché for almost 8 years in 19th last century, and have many personal experiences in the development of China-Greece relations. Here, I would like to share 3 points with you. First, the establishment of diplomatic relations is a milestone in the development of bilateral ties. June 5th of 1972 is a day of milestone in the history of Sino-Greek relations. On that day, China and Greece established diplomatic ties. There is a very long distance between China and Greece. It is about 7,600 kilometers between Beijing and Athens, the 2 capitals. It is obvious that in ancient time, it was almost impossible to build a direct contact between the 2 nations. But during the Hellenistic period, the east border of Alexander's empire was close to China. Maybe this is the first time that Greece is so close to China. The Greek cultural elements were introduced to China through the Indo-Greek kingdom, which exists a long time after the Hellenistic period, especially with the introduction of Buddhism in China. Elements of Greek culture entered the Chinese mainland together with the Gandhara arts. During the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire, the connections between China and the West was built, especially through the Silk Road. The economic, trade, and cultural exchanges between the East and the West became more and more frequent. The Silk Road is not only a trade, but also a cultural road, which connected the Western civilization with the ancient Chinese civilization. On this, there are already many professional studies. In modern times, China and Greece began to have a direct contact. In 1911, the Chinese people overthrew the Qing dynasty and ended the 2,000 years long monarchy. After some years, on 30th September 1929, Greece and the then Chinese government developed diplomatic relations at the ministerial level. However, it was a time when China was suffering from the wars of warlords. Although official diplomatic ties were built, but there were almost no exchanges between the 2 countries. The only official paper signed at that time was a treaty, the Treaty of Good Relations between China and Greece in 1930. And it immediately became some pieces of paper, only in the archives. In November 19th, 1947, the diplomatic relations was upgraded to ambassadorial level. At that time, the Chinese People's Liberation War were going on, so there's still no substantial exchanges between China and Greece. In 1949, the People's Republic of China was formed, and the government of the new China became the sole legal government. While leading the Chinese people to build a new country, the Chinese government began to establish new diplomatic ties with foreign countries. In the 50s and 60s, although the official relations between China and Greece were not yet developed, there was some friendly exchanges between the two peoples. 1956, some people's organizations in China and Greece started to have direct contact. The Greece-China Association was established. Today, 66 years passed since its founding, and it continued to work and contribute to the mutual understanding and friendship between the two peoples. I had a lot of contact with the friends in the association when I was working in Greece. I was often touched by their friendly feelings towards China. So last year, when I heard the news that the long-serving president of the association, Andreas Podamianos, passed away, I was shocked and had a great sorrow. We will never forget his contribution. During this period, some Greek reporters and writers visited China and wrote many articles about the new China. So they introduced the new China to Greek people. The very famous Greek writer Nikos Kazantzakis was among them. Their articles about China played an important role in getting Greek people to know about the new China. At the same time, the exchange and cooperation in economic and trade field were also developing. There are information which shows that even though there was no diplomatic relations, Greek flagged ships are the first to be chartered by the new China. In the 70s, China met the peak time of establishing diplomatic relations with foreign countries, with other countries. In 1971, China restored its legal position in the United Nations. After that, more than 50 countries established diplomatic ties with China. By 1979, the number went up to 121. The Greek government, following the historical trend, established diplomatic relations with China on June 5th, 1972. According to some Greek scholars' research, the first contact between Greece and China, between Greek and Chinese officials were mainly in Bonn and Paris before the summer of 1971. In October 1971, in voting for the resolution of restoring the lawful seats of People's Republic of China in UN, Greece chose to abstain, expressing its goodwill towards China. In November, substantive talks on the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries were held in Tirana, Albania. And the agreement was reached on May 19th, 1972. On June 5th, the two sides announced that the Greek government recognized the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government of China. So the milestone in the development of the relations was set up. In the beginning of the next year, Chinese ambassador Zhou Boping arrived in Athens. The first Greek ambassador to China, Nikos Katapozis, arrived in Beijing in early April. This is his book about my diplomatic life. There is a chapter in this book is about his life in Beijing. Unfortunately, I didn't read this book. The second point, the fruitful result of 50 years since the establishment of diplomatic relations. From 1972 to 1978, seeing a stage for the two countries to deepen their mutual understanding. Official exchanges started to grow, and people-to-people exchanges were encouraged and supported by the governments. In May of 1973, three agreements on trade, shipping, and aviation were signed. The world's largest shipping fleet entered the Chinese market. In 1974, the democracy was restored in Greece, and in 1978, China began to follow the policy of reform and open up. The changes in the domestic environment of the two countries have injected new vitality into the development of the bilateral relations. The Sino-Greek relations get to develop steadily from 1978 to 2000. In 1978, the two governments signed an agreement on cultural cooperation. The extension of the relations to the cultural field is very important to the two countries with ancient civilizations. The next year, agreement on science and technology cooperation was signed. After that, agreement on economic and technical cooperation was signed in 1983. Agreement on tourism cooperation in 1988, a transportation agreement in 1995. This important document had defined the direction and the path for the development of bilateral relations. In these 22 years, a solid foundation for the development of bilateral relations in the new century was laid. In the new century, in the century 21st, peace, development, and cooperation become the trend of the times. The relations between China and Greece have also entered a track of rapid development. In 2004 and 2008, Athens and Beijing had very successful cooperation in promoting the Olympic spirit in the world. In 2006, the two countries established a comprehensive strategic partnership, which defined political orientation for the development of bilateral relations. Greece has assisted China several times in evacuating Chinese citizens from some unstable areas, and all these assistance have been remembered by the Chinese people. During the Greek debt crisis, China provided firm and strong support to Greece, help Greece to get over the difficulties. After China put forward the Belt and Road Initiative, Greece responded positively. Greece became the first developed European country to sign the official documents on Belt and Road with China. In fighting against the COVID-19 pandemic, China gave Greece full support. High-level visits between the two countries were very frequent. And here I put a list of high-level visits. We could see how close our relations are from the visitors of high politicians. The list is too long, so I cannot read it here. But how could we find this kind of list from other countries? Okay, let's come to the 3 points. Point 3. political guidance and the two driving wheels in the development of Sino-Greece relations. The development of international relations have its own driving force. So what was the driving force in the development of Sino-Greek relations in the past 50 years? Let's look at a rough count of important documents signed by the two governments during these years, including different kinds of official documents. And there are 31 items in total. Most specifically, there are 8 political and diplomatic agreements, 3 practical cooperation agreements, 12 agreements on cultural exchange and humanistic cooperation, including tourist cooperation. The latest agreement is about tourism. From this chart, we can find 3 basic parts in our official relations, which we can regard as 3 driving forces for the steady development of Sino-Greek relations. If we imagine China-Greece relations as a car, it has 1 steering wheel and 2 driving wheels. And they are political mutual trust, practical cooperation, and mutual learning among civilizations. The steering wheel, political mutual trust. China and Greece have different political systems. China is a country that practices socialist system with Chinese characteristics, while Greece has the Western democratic system and is a member of the European Union and NATO. However, the two completely different countries have become sincere friends. In China, there is an old saying, there is no doubt between true friends. Mutual trust is the political basis of friendship between our two countries. Both sides firmly support each other's position on major issues related to its core interests. Meanwhile, we share common ideas in promoting multilateralism, free trade, and building an open economy in the world. We also take common positions and coordinate actions on major international issues. In a phone call between President Xi Jinping and the Prime Minister of Communist Party on July 7th, 2021, on occasion of 100th anniversary of the Communist Party of China, Greek Prime Minister expressed warm congratulations to the Chinese Communist Party. He said, the CPC not only changed the future and the destiny of China, but also changed the track of world development. President Xi Jinping said that China and Greece share similar ideas on the progress of human civilization and the transformation of the international order. And the current situation, inheriting and developing the Sino-Greek relations will not only help the economic recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic, but will also contribute the wisdom of ancient civilization to improving the global governance system. I think the statements made by the leaders of the two countries shows that political mutual trust is the fundamental guarantee and guidance for the continuous development of bilateral relations and bilateral cooperations. The two driving wheels. The first, practical cooperation. Economic and trade cooperation between the two countries is deepening, and in-depth cooperation in the field of transportation, energy, finance, and telecom is going on. Digital economy, green and sustainable development, and becoming new areas of practical cooperation between our countries. Repeatedly cited example is Belarus port. For this, I believe Mr. Yu, chairman of Belarus Port Authority, will give us more information about it. Another driving force for the development of bilateral relations is mutual learning between civilizations. China and Greece are far apart from each other geographically. They are different in size, social system, cultural tradition, and economic volumes. But despite such huge differences, China and Greece do not have any prejudice against each other, especially politically and culturally. We could say that the power of civilization is the key of the smooth development of bilateral relations. Cultural and humanities exchanges have played an important role in promoting practical cooperation between the two countries. What is the power of civilization in today's world? Here, I would like to quote what Chinese State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi said when he was hosting the foreign ministers meeting of the Forum of Ancient Civilization at the United Nations. He said, "Culture is the most lasting strength. Exchange and dialogues among civilizations can calm people down, let people learn from the long history, and enlighten the future through mutual learning. It transcends all kinds of disputes and contradictions, gets people to find the key to solve today's challenges, and consolidates the humanistic foundation for building a community of shared future for mankind." On September 18th last year, the Bronze Sculpture, Socrates and Confucius, a meeting created by Chinese artists, was unveiled in ancient Avala of Athens. The artist said that he would like to express the concept of the two civilizations learn from each other and develop together and convey the idea that the future for mankind is actually shared. In my understanding, the meeting here means a dialogue, means an exchange of ideas between the two peoples beyond the scope of time and space. In the 5th and 4th century of BC, the ancient civilization in East and West both reached the peak in the same period. Now, both China and Greece are on the road of development that suits their own characteristics. As the inheritors of the two great civilizations, the relations between China and Greece have become a model of mutual learning and peaceful coexistence of different civilizations. In Chinese and Greek civilizations, both have traditional cultural genes with philosophical wisdom, which is the fundamental reason why the two countries have been able to continuously find common ground for win-win cooperation and achieve deep tacit understanding in the past 50 years. That is the power of civilization. With this power, I wish the course of cooperation between the corporations of Greece and China will go faster and faster. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry for mute. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your very excellent presentation. In his presentation, he used the key words, the power of civilization, and gave us a very thorough analysis of the past history of China-Greece cooperation, China-Greece relations. And I can make a summary that he emphasized that in the past 50 years, we often promote the mutual trust in politics and mutual pragmatic cooperation in economy and mutual learning in civilization. So these three sides can guarantee the current, the past, and the future cooperation. And also, I think that Professor Yanli gave us 50 years relation analysis, but beyond the 50 years, even I think more than a longer period of the cooperation and the people-to-people change in the past years. It gave me a very striking impression that this PowerPoint is very, very useful to both of us, including the very rich data and lively pictures, or even I think I find he used a warm feeling to give his opinion, to make analysis of his research. So I think in this PowerPoint, I can see that he can take a full advantage of his experience. He is the experience of the past history, also the narrator of the history between China and Greece cooperation. And thank you, Professor. We hope we have time to listen to the further feedback from the audience. Next, we would like to invite another important distinguished researcher whose name is, Alina, right? Alina Avramidou, right?
Right.
Yeah, sorry. She is an associate professor at Peking University, Center for the Hellenic Studies and UNESCO chair, Ionia University. Professor, please take your floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to present briefly the Greek-Chinese cooperation and exchanges in education and culture since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries 50 years ago, highlighting the achievements that have been obtained and the challenges that we face today. Finally, it will be stressed the huge potential for closer cooperation and further exchanges. Undoubtedly, in the last 50 years, a lot of activities have been organized by both sides, and cultural exchanges and mutual understanding have been promoted. Obviously, The education and cultural relations developed gradually in a climate of mutual respect and cooperation. They provided the two countries with an excellent opportunity to boost collaboration, deeper mutual understanding, create stronger synergies, and maintain collaborative relationships. Also, during the COVID-19 pandemic, several projects have been realized online or online and offline, like today's symposium. And here we have another activity. It was a very interesting exhibition, Parallel Space, that was a digital exhibition, actually, the first one ever organized between Greece and China. And we have that it's run out from September 2021 to the end of February of this year. The turning point in bilateral ties was the 2004 Olympic Games, Athens Olympic Games, followed by the 2008 Beijing Games. They provided the two countries with the best opportunity for a closer cooperation. Later, other years followed, like the Cultural Year of Greece in China, 2007-2008, in the framework of the Beijing Olympic Games. In 2015, we have the Year of Maritime Cooperation between Greece and China. In 2017, Greece-China Year of Cultural Exchanges and Cooperation in Creative Industries. The same year, 2017, China was the honorary guest in Thessaloniki International Fair. In 2017, we have the Forum of Ancient Civilization. My colleague Yin Yali talked about that, so I'm not going to talk more about this forum, very important forum among countries with an ancient civilization. And last year, we had Greece-China Year of Culture and Tourism. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Cultural Year of Greece in China in 2007-2008, because it was the period in which the Greek-Chinese collaboration reached a maximum. We had a big range of activities during this period, covered actually everything: cinema, theater, sculpture, photography, whatever, conferences, translations of books. It was something unique happened. Every week there was an activity, Greek activity in China. I will be limited to give you a few examples. Here we have a stamp in 2007, Cultural Year of Greece in China, a stamp issued in Greece, of course, with the collaboration of Greek and Chinese Post. And we have two hands, actually a Greek hand and a bronze hand sculpture with golden mask, coming from the Sanxidui civilization in Sichuan province in China. A very important, not very well-known civilization in bronze, developed in Bronze Age. In 2008, we had a very interesting art exhibition, modern exhibition in Confucius Temple. It was a very good chance to unify, let's say, the old Confucius Temple, the tradition, with the modern one, with the modern sculptures of Sofia Vari. And here we had a very interesting conference organized in Chinese Academy of Social Science since in May 2008 on Homer in China. We have the two emblematic figures of this conference at the time, and it was Professor Dimitris Maronidis from the Greek side and Professor Chen Zhongmei in the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, a scholar that has dedicated his own life in translating Homer and writing on Homer and Greek literature. Other emblematic, very important scholars in this conference that we have to mention, it was Professor Wang Husang from Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, who also translated Homer, and Professor Fanis Kakridis. I believe we need to mention these people that they work on Chinese-Greek friendship and contributed in promoting our cultural relations. Another conference on Homer followed several years later in 2014 in Peking University. And in this time, we had a comparison between Homer's epics and Book of Songs. There is a very big interest on Homer in China. So since Chinese scholars are reading and make their research on the original text, it's good to give an idea also about the Greek presence in China, the Greek language, how is this presented in China. And here we have the ancient Greek presented in many Chinese universities. Here we have just the pioneers in this field. And we have undergraduate and postgraduate programs, the Center for Hellenic Studies at Peking University in Beijing, Fudan University in Shanghai, Wuhan University, Northeast Normal University in Changchun, and Beijing Foreign Studies University. We have classes of ancient history with excellent professors, and Renmin University, we have a Center of Classic Studies, ancient history at Beijing Normal University and Capital Normal University. And finally, Beijing Studies and Nankai University and Tsinghua University. In 2011, we have organized this conference in Peking University, the Greek Studies in China, Past, Present, and Future, because we were realized that Chinese people working on Greek language and Greek literature, they didn't know really each other, because Chinese scholars working on ancient Greek, they have their own circle that it was closed, and there was not any contact, let me say, with those dedicated to the modern Greek language and modern Greek studies. So this conference, it was the good chance for them to meet and know better each other. In 2010, in this, the first decade of this century, there was a very big interest on classical studies, especially Greek studies in China. A number of classic centers were established in Chinese university. And it was so vivid, the interest, the Chinese interest in Greek and Roman antiquity, that made the American scholars to wondering why this Chinese interest on Greek and Roman antiquity. So they organized an international conference. This conference, it was organized by Chicago University, Princeton, and Peking University in Beijing, with the title Western Classics in Modern China. I will tell you that the questions repeated by American scholars in this conference, it was why the Greeks attracted the Chinese interest much more than the Romans did. Because according to them, the interest was 70% for Greeks and 30 or 35% for Romans. Let's see about the modern Greek language and modern Greek courses now. The pioneer in this camp is Shanghai International Studies University that started the classes in 1972. To be frank, there was before, during the 60s, an attempt, the first Greek course, and the then called Telecommunication Broadcasting University in Beijing that lasted just for 3 years, where the first Chinese professor of modern Greek was the ambassador, also ambassador of China in Greece and in Cyprus, passed away several years ago, Yang Guangsheng, actually. Actually, today we have Shanghai International Studies University, Beijing Foreign Studies University, University of International Business and Economics, Guangdong University of Foreign Studies, Xi'an International Studies University, and People's Liberation Army Foreign Languages University. In these universities, we have 4 years courses of Greek, of modern Greek. And we have other universities where the modern Greek is taught as an elective course. For instance, the Center for Hellenic Studies in Peking University, established in 2000, December of 2000. We have 1 or 2 years courses of modern Greek, and there are classes of modern Greek also at the Center for Greek and Byzantine Studies and Nankai University. I was so lucky to teach also there for several semesters, and Tsinghua University. What is the situation in Greece now? We have Chinese language courses organized Confucius, Business Confucius Institutes and Athens University of Economics and Business. And recently established the Confucius Institutes at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and University of Thessaly. We have the Foreign Language Teaching Center and National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and the online Chinese language classroom and the University of the Aegean. Unfortunately, we don't have yet and University Department of Language, Chinese Language and Culture, and I wish to have it soon. I think to join efforts, all of us, and to have it soon. In these years, several conferences have been organized, held in Greece and in China. We have here the International Conference Virtue and Happiness in the East and West, organized in 2014 at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Around 30 Chinese scholars were arrived in Greece at that time. Very excellent, some of them, to participate in this conference. In 2016, we have the symposium and a very interesting book exhibition of old books in Beijing at Tsinghua University, organized by Ekaterina Laskaridis Foundation. There is an agreement of cooperation between Tsinghua University and Ekaterina Laskaridis Foundation. And in 2019, the establishment of Center for China Studies by Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation and Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And this center, thanks to them, we are here today for this symposium. From this and many others that unfortunately we don't have time to mention, we have only 3 books from the conferences organized. And this is a pity because we need to have more. The first one in English and in Chinese includes the proceedings of 3 conferences organized in Greece, in Delphi and Athens, and in China, in Qufu, the Confucius hometown. The second one, Leadership Through the Classics, is a conference organized in Athens by Confucius Institute and the 2 universities, the Greek and the Chinese one who assist the Confucius Institute. And the third one, only the third one, and this is the only one conference held with modern Greek topic, that it is Nikos Kazantzakis, and writer that loved China and visited China twice and wrote a book on China. So Nikos Kazantzakis, the Far Eastern class, was organized in 2017 at Peking University. Talking about Kazantzakis, we have here some translations of his books, and we have the photo of one of his translators, Li Chengui, who translated Zorba's among the others books, and he has translated more, and we are waiting for the publication of these books. It was very important, the translation of 2 Prize Nobel poets, Greek poets, into Chinese by Liu Ruihong, George Seferis, and Odysseus Elitis. For his translation of Elitis, Louis Ruihong was awarded with the best prize of a Greek literary work translated into a foreign language. During the cultural year of Greece in China, 4 anthologies were translated from Greek into Chinese and from Greek into Chinese on poetry, short stories, drama, and children. And here we have the Greek translations into Chinese. Actually, now there is another project on translations. Now it is running between the Greek and Chinese Ministries of Cultures, and regarding the translation of 50 books of literary works, 25 Chinese and 25 Greeks. The last book translated last year, it was this one, A Child Counts the Stars by Menelaos Ludemis, and it was translated by 2 young translators, Qiangying Zhao, that it is also a teacher, a professor of Greek language at Beijing Foreign Studies University, and CSI Zhou. And I have to say that this book attracted the interest not only the Chinese audience, but also the Greek students and other people. And as a result of this interest, we organized, I organized with my colleagues and the Chinese side, the Chinese colleagues, and I thank them very much, a seminar and the UNESCO chair and the Onion University about the translations challenges through this book. And I have to say that Cosquate was very important for the publication of this book, and I wish to have more with Cosco's help. Regarding the Chinese presence in Greece, we have to mention the 4 books translated by Sotiris Chalkias. He is the only one translator of ancient Greek literature, Chinese literature into Greek. She started his translations with Confucius Analects, and he continues with Mencius and Liezi and Zhongyuan and so on. I'm going very quickly. Here we have the Greek literature translation with the famous professor Miao Li Tian at Peking and Renmin University. And another key person for the Greek-Chinese translation was Lu Niansheng, and researchers in Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, who was the first Chinese student in Athens with the American School of Classical Studies in 1933-34. He has translated actually all the Greek poetry, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, and he wrote the first and only one existed dictionary of ancient Greek Chinese. I have to say that this is the unique family, the Luo family, because we have 3 generations of Luo working on Greek topics in China. His son, Luo Jinlin, and professor at Beijing Central Academy of Drama and vice rector there, and stage director, who was the first one to put on stage Greek drama. Here we have his first presentation of Oedipus Rex in Delphi in 1986. And we have to say that there is the 3rd generation with his daughter Luo Tong, who translates also, and she's very active in the cultural field between Greece and China. Here we have the photo of one online-offline event in the framework of last year's cultural tourist Greek-Chinese year. And I'm going to finish saying that we are celebrating the 50 years of Greek-Chinese relations, but actually, as my colleague and friend Yin Yalin mentioned, we count not years, but centuries of ties, of encounters and relations along the ancient Silk Roads. And this is a very interesting story that very few people know about that. And here I want just to mention the first book, not only the first Greek book, but the first Western book translated into Chinese, that it was the Euclid's Elements translated through Latin by the Jesuit missionary Matteo Ricci and his Chinese fellow Xu Guangxi, almost 4 years, 4 centuries ago. And after that, many other encounters followed. Until this, you see, we finished with the first, I finished with Yin Yali with the first photo, Socrates and Confucius encounter by Wu Weishan. Socrates and Confucius are the 2 representative figures of Greek and Chinese culture. I want just to say that when the first Western missionaries, Jesuit missionaries, arrived in China in the 5th century, And they known in this way Confucians. They called Confucius the Chinese Socrates. And Socrates, the Greek Confucius. And in this way started the encounter and the dialogue between our two civilizations. So we have to continue this dialogue. I firmly believe that. And I think the time is good for that. And we have to join efforts. The role of universities is very important to that end. And through research projects, internship programs, joint degrees, summer school, publications, and excavations. The recently signed agreements between 4 Greek universities and 4 Chinese universities for a master's degree program is very encouraging. There is also an ongoing starting collaboration between UNESCO chair of Ionian University and some Chinese universities, but we will let you know later about that. Now it's very soon. So we have to join efforts for more cultural projects in the film of museums and film industry, and also against the threats to cultural heritage and for the repatriation of antiquities. Greece and China both, we have our Elgin marbles. From father and son, there are very strange coincidences in history that join us. So I want to finish saying not just exchanges, but synergies between our two countries. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for Elena, your excellent presentation. I use the same words because I realize that you are the real counterpart to Professor Yin Yali, because maybe you have the similar experience. I just heard from my PhD student, Qian Yingchao. She told me that you once the cultural counselor in Greek embassy in Beijing. So I'm very glad to hear that you have so rich experience in China on the cultural exchange between China and Greece. And also thank you for your very deep analysis. Also use rich data and thoughtful ideas or insightful explanation to China-Greece cultural exchange. I find that you mainly focus on the events or symposium exchange or education, including language and other exchange. Also, just translation exchange between China and Greece. I think this data is very, very precious, which will give me a heavy memory to both sides that in the past 50 years or more, we have so rich exchange, so important heritage between us. And the mutual respect on civilization, China and Greece make a real story, make a real history to promote the mutual cooperation with each other. I see that I just visited Central and Eastern European countries in last month, but it's a pity that I did not visit Greece. I have a strong feeling that the offline dialogue is more important than online dialogue. But now we hope that the time will soon to come, that we have opportunity to face exchange. Finally, I totally agree with Eliana's point that exchange is very important, but it didn't mean all. More important is the synergies with each other. We should not only exchange, but also promote synergy with each other. This is also very important analysis. So in the future, we hope more joint efforts to both sides to promote the cultural exchange, to promote the bilateral cooperation. Thank you, Eliana. Thank you again for your presentation. Very excellent. And later we will see whether our audience have your questions or comments on our two distinguished speakers in this panel. If you have, please just raise your hand or raise your question to the speakers. And Elena, Professor, you can also help me to find whether there are people who question to you in the auditorium. Yes. Or on the online.
I don't have any questions from Zoom, yes. But let us ask for questions from the room. Okay, I will be the reincarnation of the moderator here. So, I don't know. Would you like to have a microphone? And Dr. Stefano Gandolfo.
Great. Thank you for your fascinating presentation, giving us this very comprehensive overview of what has happened so far in terms of Greek-Chinese cultural exchange. And looking forward to the future, given that there are so many different ways that we can create these synergies, where do you think we should, which areas should we prioritize and where should we give more emphasis in the coming 5 to 10 years, let's say? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think education, the collaboration between universities, and especially the teaching of Chinese language in Greece at university level. I will tell you that, let me say that I went to China in 2001, and I was so lucky to have to live there and work there for nearly 20 years. The problem we had always when we organized any kind of events, it was the lack of Greek experts in Chinese language. I mentioned before that we had translated only 3 books, published from a big number of conferences that we had organized. The problem, it was the lack of translators. And we had this problem also during the events. You know, of course, the situation now is different from 10 years ago, for instance, but still we don't have specialized translators in philosophy, in history, in politics, in different fields. And I think we have to start from there, because of course, it's very important to organize exhibitions, sculpture, painting, whatever exhibitions, collaboration in the field of cinema, of theater, etc. But if we don't have people specialized on Greek and Chinese culture, so we cannot go forward. And this is the problem that we have faced. We faced actually when I arrived in China in 2001, and I still face this problem today. So this is very important, according to me. Thank you for your question.
May I add something here, just because I happen to be involved in something of this kind. Professor Sachs, Jeffrey Sachs, was trying to organize a common China and European American meeting here at the Academy of Athens for July, the first days of July. Unfortunately, the pandemic difficulties of traveling precluded the Chinese co-speakers to be present, and that kind of discussions, in order to really be fruitful, they cannot always happen like we do today. For me, for example, they are much too difficult to follow in any case, and I believe for most non-specialized people. In any case, Jeffrey Sachs will come this summer, and he has told us that he would like to do it next year. Hopefully by then, the pandemic will be over. But in the meantime, he will come in July, and we are planning to hold here a, let's call it a satellite session, and Mr. Platias will also speak. So it is something that I believe will be quite important, and we would like to share this news with you. And we will try to put it also online so that this discussion can be followed.
This is a very important meeting, but I know some Chinese colleagues teaching at American universities, they will be here. So that's better.
Okay.
Okay. If I may, maybe I can use my moderator authority to raise two questions to two speakers. Is it okay? One is that for Inyali, Professor Inyali, that what do you think of the tourism to play its role on mutual cooperation or mutual understanding with each other? This is a question for Professor Yin, and the other question is for Anna. You know that I once read the book written by Platias, Professor Platias, on sushi leaders trap, because you know that this sushi leaders trap was refound by American researchers to analyze the geopolitical competition between China and the USA and others. So I think it's very important that both countries, China and Greece, should use their own historical experience to explain some important things, not based on the third part to make some explanation from political perspective. I think this is also another part of that to promote the synergy with each other. What do you think of this situation? I think the third part can play a negative or positive role to make a new explanation for your cultural heritage. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now for the first question about the tourist cooperation between China and Greece. I think this is very important because, you know, first, China and Greece are two countries with big tourism. Because, you know, especially, you know, China is a big market for the Chinese, for Greece. A lot of Chinese tourists rush to the world, but they, you know, if you ask the Chinese tourism, which countries you want to go, many of them will answer that they want to go to Europe. And many of them, they want to go to Greece. Especially some, you know, new couples, they want to go to Greece, to islands to get married. So I think tourism is a big market. And also, tourism can make money. This is very important. Unfortunately, in this situation, in the pandemic, the tourist market is, you know, is in a very difficult period. But I believe after the pandemic, the tourist cooperation in our two countries will, you know, go to a new peak, new stage. But, you know, I have discussed, you know, for these questions with some Greek officials in, you know, sometimes, and they told me that they need some, you know, some translations for the Greek guidebooks into Chinese. This is, you know, I think is also a point of cooperation later. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Yin. Professor. Anna, do you understand my question? Maybe a little longer.
Yes, please. So culture was named the third pillar in 2018 8, 9, if I remember well, that it was the European Chinese cultural year was celebrated. At that time, European Union called culture as the third pillar, recognizing that it was very important for the mutual trust and the promotion not only of culture, but of the trade, commerce, and also the political collaboration between the two countries. Culture help, okay, in every field, and especially in this very critical historical period. And with what happened in our neighborhood, let's say, and especially in the southeastern Mediterranean. So it's a potential arm, culture, in order to communicate better and with the other people. But when we talk about culture, we don't talk only about literature and paintings and sculpture. Actually, culture is everything. Culture is cinema, is theater, and cinema is a big industry, actually. Why we haven't seen yet a movie based on a love story between a Chinese and Greek student? You know, there are so many Greeks in China and so many Chinese coming here, no? Students, so it's so easy, no, to have a love story between two young people. It will be a very real and a very nice topic to have in a movie, and at the same time showing the universities of both sides, the good level of our universities, and the beautiful landscapes in Greece and China, showing the differences and the similarities of our cultures. So there are so many intelligent ways to promote culture, and in the same way promote also other things, not only the third pillar, but also the second, the first and the second. So culture is cuisine, culture is tourism, culture is everything. Culture is material and immaterial. It's just to want it, and we can find so many topics in order to promote our relations, and including the geopolitical situation, especially in this area, and in the framework of One Belt, One Road initiative, and the key role of Greece through the port of Piraeus in this initiative. We have so many space to create synergies and do things, not only in shipping, that it is very important, of course, and we have still to write the history of our relationships in the field of shipping. But I want to say this is culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. Thank you for your answer. It should take time for me to think for a while for your very enlightenment words. Okay. Do have any other participant to?
The question here.
Yeah.
Μικρόφωνο. Όχι, γιατί δεν θα ακούγεται από το Zoom.
Thank you, all of you. I'm very happy that I'm here today. I'm very happy that I see my friend Ellen after 2 years. And I feel very happy that I don't have a question, honestly. I just want to share my experience in China. After 12 years in China, what I can say, and I'm sure about that, is that Chinese really respect Greek people. This is what I want to share with you. And it's not something that somebody else told me. This is what I felt all these years in China. I felt the respect from Chinese people from all different classes. This is something that I feel very important to share with you. The second thing is that I feel that as a Greek, we don't really understand China. We have lack of there is a lack of understanding. For example, the first question that I received from Greek people when they know that they learned that I came from China, they ask, "What is China? How was your life there? What did you eat?" So I feel that this is something that we have to think deeper. Just an example. Recently, there are many Greek people that they want to study Chinese and they don't have teachers, for example. In Crete, my hometown, we cannot find people to teach Chinese to Cretan people. The second thing is that we don't know what really happened today in China about reforms, about economy. What we know is from international media, and here in Greek, we just translate these articles and we try to understand what is going on. We don't have, we have a department of Asian studies in Greek universities, but they don't really focus on, not focus on China. They don't have even major of Chinese economy, of modern China and all these things. So I think it's really important for Greek universities to establish core, if it's not a major, it could be some courses focus on China, on modern China. I feel this will be very helpful for Greek students to understand better China today. And I think that if we have deeper understanding of China, I'm sure that we can solve many problems in our daily collaboration with Chinese companies, Chinese institutions and others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Pella, for what you're saying, because you touched a very painful point that we don't understand each other. This is what I have repeated so many times, and I had also the chance to say that in conferences organized by the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, organized in Beijing, and I would like to thank again and again for that from now, today, that we don't understand, we don't know each other, and we need to do more. And you see, when we open a newspaper, when we open a magazine, how many articles we can find about China? Whatever, not only about politics, but on a Chinese book, an interview with a Chinese film director, a Chinese actress, a Chinese singer, whatever that can bring people together, that can make Chinese Greek readers know more about China. So we don't have these things. We need to know more each other. And that's why I said we have to start with the universities, because in this way we can, from one generation to other, to go on and start translating and start organizing events. You know, when we organize a conference in China, we have experts on Greek-Chinese relations. Because we have professors of philosophy, they can talk about Plato and Aristotle, for instance. We have professors of history that they can talk about Greek history, and so on. But when we organize something in Greece, unfortunately, and I am really so sorry to say that, we don't have experts on Chinese philosophy, on Chinese history, etc. Today, we are so lucky to have here Stefano Gadolfo, and we have Pella Karpathiotaki, and there is also Konstantinos Tsimonis. This is the new Greek generation, and I am afraid there are one or two more. that maybe are not in China, in Greece, but abroad. So we need and we have to help to create a new generation of China experts. And of course, of Greek experts in China, but in China, the situation is much better. So that's why we stressed on Greece now. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for Ilana, very constructive comment. Also, thank you for the audience. Good proposal to build some Chinese course or to promote more Chinese knowledge to our Greek friends. So I think all these are very constructive to promote mutual understanding with each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this, we have to finish this panel, and thank you for all the efforts from our speakers, panelists, or the audience. Thank you very much. And here I have to pass the floor to my friend, Plamen Tonchev. Here I would give my say hello, say my hello to Plamen Tonchev. Now it's your floor.
Good. It is time to start again. Thank you again for coming inside. We are now holding panel 3, Belt and Road Initiative and Greece 2.0 plan with Dr. Plamen Tonchev, Head of Asia Unit, Institute for International Economic Relations, Athens, Greece, who is the moderator. And without further ado, I pass the floor to him.
Thanks so very much, Mr. Mazarakis, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Indeed, I've already been presented. I've been honored to have been asked to moderate this exciting panel on the Belt and Road Initiative and Greece's 2.0 plan, which brings together two distinguished speakers. First of all, Professor Song Xiaomin, who happens to be the general editor of the Chinese Journal of European Studies at the Institute of European Studies at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. She'll be joining us online, I hope.
Yes, hello.
Professor Song is with us. Hello.
Hello.
And the second panelist is Dr. Konstantinos Tsimonis, who is a lecturer in Chinese society at the Lao China Institute at King's College, London. But I would like also to highlight the fact that we are happy to have him here in Athens as well at the Institute of International Relations, and we benefit from his expertise. Now, I don't think we should present the BRI at length. We all know what the BRI is. It's been very much talked about. It's been very much analyzed, if not over-analyzed, since 2013, when President Xi presented it in Kazakhstan in September 2013, and then a month later in Indonesia. But I think that, well, of course, I don't want to impose a straitjacket on our panelists. Let me kick off this panel, this discussion, with three questions that I happen to find very interesting, very intriguing. We know that the BRI has been in life for, what, 9 years now, and it's been evolving. So it would be very interesting to look at the way the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, has been evolving. I think that a landmark in its life cycle has been the second Belt and Road Forum in Beijing in 2019, when some significant pronouncements were made in relation to its greening and cleaning, recalibration, reformatting, and all that. Secondly, of course, within the framework of the same question, we know that the Belt and Road Initiative has inevitably been affected by the outbreak of the pandemic. So it will be interesting to look at the implications of the pandemic on Belt and Road projects and, in fact, routes. To give an example, one of the new elements inserted into the Belt and Road Initiative since the pandemic has been the so-called Health Silk Road, which has now become more prominent as a theme. The second question relates to the war in Ukraine. So it would be very interesting to see to what extent this also has some implications for the implementation of Belt and Road projects, particularly given the fact that one of the key BRI routes, the terrestrial route through Kazakhstan, Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine, actually goes through the territory which is now affected by the conflict in Ukraine. Would that mean that other routes are now becoming more prominent or more attractive? For instance, the middle corridor through the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea and Turkey? Are we rediscovering the southern route through the Indian Ocean, the Suez Canal, and of course the Eastern Mediterranean? I mean, these are some indicative questions that I'm happy to raise. And the third question relates to Greece, of course, which sits on this southern route of the Belt and Road Initiative. It's been very often said that Greece is a gateway to Europe, which it is. But one question that I'd like to raise is, to what extent is it a gateway to Europe? I mean, do we have a sense of, the extent to which important bulks, important volumes of goods are actually transshipped through Piraeus further north towards Europe? Would it be 10% of European imports from China? Would it be 15%? It would be interesting to have a sense of, the specific, indicator. To what extent is Piraeus, for example, part of this larger scheme, the transport corridor through the Western Balkans towards Central Europe? And above all, does the BRI, to what extent does the BRI dovetail with Greece's 2.0 plan, which, by the way, is the topic of this panel? This is the end of my speech, and I'll be happy to invite Professor Song to please join us from Beijing. We're happy to be listening to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Township. Can you hear me clearly? Okay. Firstly, I will share my screen. I will open it. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Song Xiaoming from Institute of European Studies, Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Thank you all, the hosts of this conference. It's my honor to be here. Today, I'm going to present about the topic Belt and Road Initiative, Greece 2.0 plan, and the China-Greece cooperation, progress and prospect. As we all know, in 2013, China put forward a series of new diplomatic initiatives, the most notable of which was the Belt and Road Initiative. European academic cycles have also set off relevant discussions. The theme is whether Europe is at the center of China's new diplomatic plan. In Greece, it is more about the position and the role of Sino-Greek relations in China's foreign strategic planning. In particular, under the Belt and Road Initiative, what role does Greece play in it? In view of this, based on textual analysis, my research attempts to examine the progress and the prospects of Sino-Greece cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative. I divided my following speech into 3 parts. Firstly, I will talk about a new positioning of the Belt and Road Initiative for Sino-Greek cooperation. Secondly, I will talk about the new development of Sino-Greek cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative. Thirdly, I will argue the development of the Belt and Road Initiative 2.0, Green 2.0 plan and China-Greece cooperation in the post-epidemic area. Now, let's go through the first part. I think the new positioning consists of 4 dimensions there. First, in terms of the significance of cultural exchanges, China-Greece cooperation demonstrates the high level of cultural exchanges and cultural integration in the construction of the Silk Road. Second, from the perspective of economic development and security, China-Greece cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative is of strategic importance. Third, the successful operation of China COSCO Group in Piraeus has laid a solid foundation for the construction of the Belt and Road Initiative. We know Greece expressed support for the Belt and Road Initiative earlier than other EU old members. With the support of Chinese and Greek governments and the successful operation of COSCO Group, the port of Piraeus has become an important pivot of the 21st century maritime Silk Road. The Piraeus port is praised by President Xi Jinping as a successful practice and a wonderful reality in the construction of the Belt and Road. Fourth, I would like to say, China and Greece have a high-level political mutual trust. Greece has played a special role in promoting China-EU relations and will also contribute significantly to the construction of the Belt and Road within the EU and the Mediterranean region. In my second part, I would like to talk about the new development. I would like to say, facilitated by the Belt and Road Initiative, huge and quick progress are made in Sino-Greek relations. For instance, high-level interactions are frequent, injecting new impetus into China-Greece Belt and Road cooperation. As we have seen, it's rare for leaders and the senior officials of the 2 countries to exchange frequently visits since 2014. Moreover, China-Greece economic and trade has entered the 20.0 era. Under the guidance of the Belt and Road Initiative, China-Greece economic and trade relations have ushered in a leap forward development, transforming from pure trade to driven by the
现在好了，我把那个视频关掉。
In 2013, China-Greece trade in goods totaled $3.65 billion, and in 2018, it reached $7.06 billion, nearly doubling. Driven by the Belt and Road Initiative, Greece exports to China have grown significantly. In 2020, affected by the new epidemic, the total bilateral trade in goods between China and Greece was $7.81 billion, dropped down 7.7% from 2019. But China imported $770 million from Greece, US dollars, a year-on-year increase of 6.6%. Further, a multi-layered exchange in the field of humanities consolidated the in-depth development of China-Greece cooperation. And now I will move into the third part. I would like to talk about the new possibilities and growth prospects that can be nourished in the Belt and Road Initiative 2.0, Greece 2.0, play between China and Greece in post-pandemic times. First, I will introduce the Belt and Road Initiative 2.0. It was adopted from the Second Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation in Beijing in 1916, which mainly aims to build a Green Silk Road and a Digital Silk Road. Green 2.0 is the national recovery that formulated in March 2021. This consists of 170 investment projects and reform measures. The total investment is expected to achieve 60 billion euros, which includes a recovery fund supported by European Union of about 30.5 billion euros. The four pillars of green transformation, digital transformation, employment, and social cohesion and private investment and economic transformation create the Green 20.0 era. So we can see from the above plans in the future, cooperation between Greece and China should emphasize on green cooperation and digital cooperation. As for green cooperation, there's no doubt that we share a high degree of consensus. The two sides can enjoy broad prospects in green technologies and market cooperation. The goal of China's 2.0 Belt and Road Initiative is to solidly promote, I will see, yeah, this. I would like to say the goal of China's 2.0 Belt and Road Initiative is to solidly promote pragmatic cooperation in green infrastructure, green energy, green transportation, green finance, and other fields. China and Greece can provide each other with green technologies and products. In the field of green infrastructure, such as solar photovoltaic power generation, wind power generation, hydropower, UHV transmission network, and other green energy fields, as well as high-speed rail, electric vehicles, and other green transportation fields. My country's technology level is mature. Domestic practice experience is also quite abundant, and the cost is very competitive. It can help the large-scale implementation of green technologies and products in Greece. Cooperation in these areas is a win-win for both China and Greece, and is also conducive to accelerate the green transition in Europe and the world. Piraeus has become a pioneer in fulfilling the goals and objectives of Green Belt and Road, and emphasizing green development. In 2019, the COSCO Piraeus Port Authority released the first corporate social responsibility report. Since in 2018, the Port Authority contributing 0.4% to Greece GDP. 1.8 million euros were invested in the installation of photovoltaic power generation systems, which reduced greenhouse gas emission by 11%, equivalent to reduction of 600 tons of carbon dioxide emissions. So also, I think we could even adopt on green norms and standards. Along with the globe development, a series of new international systems and rules have been formed, including global carbon commissions and environment protection. China and Greece are strategic partners in maritime and shipping sectors. Greece is a major shipping country closely related to China's shipping business. As the world's leading exporter of goods and a major importer of energy resources, China has close cooperation with the Greek shipping industry. It can be said that large exports from China. Some of the cargo and most of the oil imported into China is carried by ship owned by Greece. China is the most important shipbuilding or destination for Greek ship owners. In the past 15 years, Greek ship owners have ordered more than 1,000 ships in Chinese shipyards, valued at more than 70 billion US dollars. In terms of COSCO shipping investment in Paris port, it is recognized as the most successful foreign investor in Greece in recent years. The biggest challenge facing the shipping industry today is how to accomplish the goals of decarbonization and the digital transformation, so both parties can improve green standards and norms on the IMO platform and work with other IMO member states to accomplish the goals of shipping decarbonization and emission reduction. In shipping regulation, work together to improve rules and norms for fair competition, such as international standards related to safety, security, and environment performance. The other part is about the field of digital cooperation. We see strong desires from Greece to escape from bottom positions of digitalization progress with European Union countries. Even since the Greek New Democracy government came to power in 2016, it was determined to accelerate the country's economic transformation and to find new growth points and endogenous driving forces for the economy. Besides, Greek national development strategy sets digital transformation to its economy as an core starting point. In the 748 pages of Greece 2.0 plan, the phrase digital transformation appeared 270 times. They strive to be the center of digitalized economy in the Southern Europe. Relevant policies in Greece are comprehensive, but the key hinder in this execution is lack of finance and technologies. And also China is, I would like to say, China is also promoting digital transformation in recent decades. At the end of 2021, the State Council of China issued its 14th five-year plan for the development of digital economy, with purpose to effectively expand international cooperation in the digital economy, accelerate the digital development of trade, and promote the deepening of the digital Silk Road. The plan also states our wishes to proactively build a good international cooperation environment and expand the digital economy partnership with the EU. Furthermore, the 2022 government work report also stated that China will promote the development of the digital economy, build a digital information infrastructure, and improve the governance of the digital economy. Contemporarily, there are a bunch of emerging firms that help digitalization in many industries, and Chinese investors are keen to invest in this field. Thus, the comparative advantages of China and Greece provide good conditions for the two sides to carry out in-depth cooperation. So currently, the question left in the cooperation is how to link up. Personally, this can be achieved via 3 dimensions. The first one is the mechanism of dialogue, which act as a breakthrough. This involves high-level meeting to come up with plans of action. The second one is project link-up. In the early stages, there needed to be demonstrative projects to open up further a larger scale and comprehensive cooperation. The third point is encouraging communications between techniques in various industries to share their experience. Since this topic is just in its emerging stage, more researchers are needed to be ensured smooth linking up from the three dimensions. So now here is my very short conclusion. This year we know marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Greece. And the strategic nature and importance of China-Greece relations have become more prominent. Both China and Greece are in a new era of development. China is accelerating the dual circulation of this economy, while Greece is actively promoting the Greece 2.0 recovery plan based on the 4 pillars of, as we know, green transformation, digital transformation, like that. So in the post-epidemic area, I think that the 2 sides will write a new chapter in the development of China-Greece cooperation. And that's all my presentation. Thanks all, and thanks for Professor. Thanks for your attentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Song. I'm definitely taking note of the importance of the digital economy, which you duly highlighted, and of course, the importance of green cooperation on green norms and standards. And of course, shipping that you referred to is a case in point, with decarbonization and emission reduction being key themes that we have to deal with. Let me, thanks once again. Let me briefly then move on to our next speaker, Dr. Simonis. If I could please ask you to be as succinct as possible so that we can then give the floor to the audience for questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Plamen. My greetings to our colleague from Beijing, Xiaoming. I would like to thank CAS, the Chinese Embassy, and of course the Katerini Laskaridis Foundation for their invitation. I think it's the 4th or 5th time that I have the pleasure to talk with colleagues from CAS. Now, my presentation today is building upon discussions we had in previous gatherings organized here in the foundation with CAS, and specifically from our last discussion when we all agreed that there is a lack of consistent narrative that describes Chinese and Greek relations, and the lack of this consistent narrative has the side effect that, you know, if you don't describe who you are, someone else is going to describe what you are. So, in particular, we see that before the pandemic, Chinese Sino-Greek relations were presented as more or less as an effort of China to take over Europe through a Trojan horse, right? So in these very simplistic black and white kind of understandings have influence in policymaking. So today I would like to contribute to the pluralization of our understanding of who we are, what it is that we are doing exactly. And I hope that this 50th anniversary of our diplomatic relations, apart from the celebration aspect, will also serve as an opportunity for reflection and honest evaluation. Now, my presentation will focus on the concept of transactionalism that has characterized our bilateral relations and that, in my view, provides a useful framework for understanding the strengths and the limits of our relationship. So I will begin, and apologies for that, but I cannot begin without a bit of conceptualization at the start. So we'll look at transactionalism in international relations, what it means, how is it used. Then we'll turn to Sino-Greek relations, and then straight into the Belt and Road 2.0 and the new challenges it presents. And we will conclude with dynamic transactionalism and the future of bilateral relations. Now, transactionalism, of course, it's an old word, an old notion, but as a concept in IR is relatively new. It has been developed in the last 5 years or so, thanks to President Trump, whose foreign policy has been characterized as very transactional. Now, the key characteristics of the concept, first of all, is that transaction refers primarily to bilateral relations. So it's not, it gives focus on bilateralism rather than multilateralism. Multilateralism is too complicated for transactionalism to operate, and perhaps the case of 17+1 is an example of that. It also gives emphasis on short-term benefits over long-term goals. And also a third characteristic is that it promotes a no values-based policymaking. So policymaking that's not based on values, but more material understanding. Now, transactionalism has important weaknesses. First of all, it's criticized as immoral in foreign policy, and it is very easily misinterpreted. As I said, it was very associated with the Trump era. Another leader that is deemed to be very transactional in their foreign relations is Turkey under Erdogan. The second weakness of transactionalism is that it's very sensitive to domestic politics and third-party pressures. Okay. And of course, this creates fragility, especially because a transactional relation does not have strong normative nor institutional foundations. Okay? It's very much driven by the moment, by the understanding of what it is to be gained at the moment. Now, China and Greece. China and Greece started building a transactional partnership at least since the early 2000. Before that, we had very limited official contacts. But then from mid-2005, China's presence in Greece was on the agenda. And of course, the role of Greek ship owners was instrumental in that regard. We had, as Ms. Avramidou said, a deepening of cooperation during the 2008 Olympics. And then, of course, we had the international tender with for the Piraeus Piers 2 and 3, and then various friendly settlements, as they were called, between Greek government and COSCO, and of course the 2016 privatization. Now, this dynamic coming from shipping, of course, had a spillover effect in other areas. Okay, we know about State Grid, Fosun's kind of investment in real estate, and so on. But there were also limits, of course, which relate to the limits of transactionalism. First of all, negative connotations. Okay, there has been considerable criticism over Greece's stance toward China in the EU and also to certain and in the US. And this criticism was based on over-exaggerated threat perceptions from European policymakers on the nature and on the content of this transaction between China and Greece, especially with the previous government, but also the current Greek government, who have Greece offering limited but clear diplomatic support to China on certain issues. The other limit is that it's very sensitive to domestic politics and third-party pressures. I always tell to my colleagues that every single opposition party in Greece was against Costco's deal, Costco's takeover of Piraeus, but then when they became government, of course, they were very supportive. So domestic politics always plays a role. So in Greece, we have pressure from its allied and from its allies and its partners. On China's side, we have limited help. So the help during the crisis, of course, was limited, and this was, of course, related to EU objections. And third, we have fragility due to the absence of normative and institutional foundations. There are significant differences. We need to be honest about that in our value systems, in our political systems. And any sort of institutional attempts we have tried to work on together, like the 16+1, they seem to have a very uncertain kind of future. Now, Belt and Road 2.0, what is that all about? So I think the key here is not so much Belt and Road 2.0 as it is the dual circulation strategy, the Guonei Guoji Shuang Xunhuan, which is Xi Jinping's new economic dogma, according to which China will focus on its huge domestic market to increase domestic consumption and become technologically self-reliant by developing its own cutting-edge technologies, and of course, creating fully domestic supply chains. But on the other hand, it needs to grow its exports and demand for Chinese companies and products, part of which, of course, is the BRI, right? Now, this is, so there is an effort to respond to problems, and we have had many problems. Of course, it was a new endeavor, the BRI. We have had various problems and criticism, and actually the Chinese government has been pushing Chinese companies to comply with better regulations. Now, Belt and Road 2.0 was introduced by President Xi Jinping, as Dr. Song said. It gives emphasis on three things. First of all, extensive consultation. Second, a more open, clean, and green type of investment with emphasis on transparency, okay, anti-corruption, good governance, and environmental protection. And third, on promoting, and that's very interesting, on promoting internationally accepted rules and standards. Investments, right? So there is, I think, a very sincere emphasis on China's behalf on doing things better when it comes to the BRI and really looking at the broader normative and institutional environment of investments. So, the kind of concept that I'm trying to work on, and I would like to have your feedback during the Q&A, is this idea of dynamic transactionalism, which can characterize our bilateral relations in the era of Belt and Road 2.0. So first of all, what is the aim? The aim is to pursue the BRI 2.0 agenda. It is a solid agenda. So environmental protection, social responsibility, including labor relations, of course, respect for the rule of law, zero tolerance for corruption, and honest win-win approaches. This is going to be the key challenge for the next decade of Chinese investments. And the responsibility for that falls upon China, but also about recipient countries, including Greece and other European countries. So we need to cooperate more in that area. Now, the second aim is to respond to the weaknesses of an inherently transactional relationship, especially this inclination for focusing on short-term results, perhaps on this zero-sum logic. If we win something with when we cooperate with China, we might lose something when we cooperate with our allies. We need to understand that despite having close economic cooperation with China, Greece is politically bound by its commitments to the EU and NATO. So we need to focus really on the areas we can cooperate in a pragmatic and honest way. Now, in terms of principles, first of all, we have to operational principles. First of all, we need to manage expectations. Recognize that there are important political and other limitations and differences in place. We have different origins and value systems, but we have been quite good business partners. Now, in order to continue that, we must also avoid misinterpretations of motives and of the potential of our relations, as well as to avoid any spillover effects in politics and security. Okay? And of course, this is the way to build trust. Okay? And we have to recognize that transactionalism, a more dynamic form of transactionalism, can also contribute to building trust between the two countries, but also allow us to use a positive narrative when we speak to third parties. And lastly, implementation. Of course, China brings investment, it brings technology, it brings innovation. But Greece 2.0, which is of course all about internationalization, extrovert growth, okay, the digital era and so on, has a lot to offer to Chinese companies. So know-how on European maritime investment, environmental law, also best practices when it comes to due diligence, environmental impact assessments, feasibility studies, and so on. All these are areas that Chinese companies operating in Europe can benefit from. We also have very dynamic sectors: shipping, construction, logistics, education, tourism can be dynamic sector. All these are fields in which we can promote more B2B partnerships. And lastly, a key component for dynamic transactionalism is cooperation in a regulatory oversight and implementation. Good governance is a key stated goal of the BRI 2.0, and Greece, despite its many problems with good governance, can actually help China to deliver this promise. Now, to conclude, I believe that if we pursue our future cooperation to the direction of dynamic transactionalism, knowing and owning who we are and who we are not, the next 50 years of bilateral relations between Greece and the People's Republic of China will be even more successful than the first 50. So, thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Dr. Simonis, for a thought-provoking presentation. It certainly has generated questions, and I'll get back to you on this. Thanks very much. But before I turn to the audience, let me use the moderator's privilege and ask Professor Song a question that is on my lips after listening to the presentation. I wonder, Professor Song, whether you can address one of the initial questions I came up with, whether there's an estimate of the potential, the degree of the weight of Greece as a gateway to Europe. If you correlate all these figures you came up with, you know, imports into Greece and then imports into Europe with the goods transshipped through Greece, is there any estimate of the weight of Greece as a gateway to Europe? What's the share of Chinese commodities imported into Europe through Greece? I would very much appreciate your view on this. Thank you. I wonder whether Professor Song is with us.
Okay. I think, thank you very much, Professor. Your question is very good. I think firstly, we should think that the key point is we should manage this our port scientifically. And we need a calculation, you know, the economic environment and the products and export imports or something like that. But I think for the Chinese government, the support is very strong, and I think we still think the Peiros port is very, very important. It is not only a gateway, also it's a bridge, and a bridge from China to Europe. I think it is not only economic issue. It's you know, just like a political issue, and we think, and it's a bridge. Like our director said, Greece is a bridge, and the Peiros port is a bridge to interlink China, Greece, China, and Europe. I think that, and also I think this question, I would like to raise it to our economists in China, and we'll ask them the volume of the export, something like that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much. I'm taking note of your point that Greece is seen as a bridge between Europe and Greece. And if I can address a question, a brief question to Dr. Simonis, after your thought-provoking talk. Can we fantasize a bit and see all these interesting ideas you came up with, you know, the rule of law, labor and environmental standards, zero corruption, feasibility studies, due diligence? To what extent do you think that these notions could be organically inserted into the Belt and Road over the next, say, a few years?
I don't believe in anything organic.
Okay.
I believe in top-down implementation.
I see.
So I think that there is a clear role there for, I mean, for the Chinese state to regulate better the conduct of Chinese companies abroad. There is a clear need for recipient countries to regulate better the conduct of the partners, of the business partners, right? So I think regulation is the key message here. And after the initial enthusiasm of, okay, let's get to know each other, let's do business together, we now need to think of the future. And exactly, in order to not simply have a transactional relation, but to have a more dynamic form, we need to build on more solid foundations.
Thank you. I'm definitely taking note of your insistence on the importance of regulation, the top-down approach and all that. Thank you. Now I'm giving the audience the chance to raise questions or perhaps even objections or any kind of remarks you may have. Please take your chance, because we've been given enough food for thought, haven't we? Do take the opportunity to take the floor. Don't be shy.
Okay, maybe I can give a short comment on my friend, Prime Ponchev.
Yes, Mr. Liu, please, by all means.
Hello,
Mr. Nice to see you after a while.
Yeah. Good question for the gateway issues. Maybe I think it's a different thinking for approach towards the cooperation. Yes, the Belarus port is a bilateral project. I mean that to promote bilateral cooperation, but it's beyond the bilateral cooperation. We also want to promote the Chinese side and the Mediterranean cooperation. So it's also a regional project, and also we want to promote this to a whole Europe project. So it's at the bilateral, regional, and the whole Europe. So it's something like a bridge, but also it's something like a Chinese thinking that we want to find a way, a gateway, which can connect everything, connect every country in Europe. So I think it's only Chinese way of thinking that we want to find a convenient channel to promote the cooperation. So I think this is a Chinese thinking. Just Professor Xiaomi said that it's only you think that a bridge. And here I also want to say that you should not attach this gateway so much strategic implications. But it's only a very convenient rhetoric that we can use the gateway to promote some pragmatic cooperation. Something like Simone said, it's a transactional cooperation with each other. Thank you. This is my very short comment on your question. Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Any other questions or remarks, points you'd like to make, please? And please identify yourself.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Stefanos Gandolfo. I was one of the speakers in the first panel. And my question is for Professor Tsimonis. Thank you very much for indeed a very thought-provoking argument in favor of something that I think most people wouldn't intuitively say that it's necessarily a good thing. I have two questions. The first one, I just wasn't very sure when you talked about transparency and setting green standards, labor standards, and so forth. Is this something that the Chinese government is currently doing in its latest iteration of BRI, or is it something that you think they should be doing? And then my second question is, how can dynamic transactionalism be put in place for Greece in the context that, as you mentioned, it is part of the European Union, it is part of NATO? How can you have a bilateral relationship with such an important player as China when you are inherently, it's part of your DNA, you are, we have EU regulations, we have massive, presence of US American forces in Greece. How can you really develop such a dynamic, bilateral, transactional, foreign policy with China when you're part of other multilateral institutions? Thank you.
Questions. So on transparency is something that the Chinese government is actually paying more attention to. One of the problems we have seen with BRI projects, and this is not always the responsibility of the Chinese companies, but it's more often the responsibility of the recipient countries. We cannot even see contracts. We cannot even get basic information on investment projects. And this creates, of course, immense scope for criticism and, for other countries to paint the relationship or a specific investment in whatever way they like. So I think that this call for transparency that came from China, I think it's a genuine one. I'm concerned about implementation. And as I was saying to Plum before we started the panel, now we are in a period where we really cannot reach any conclusions. I think once the global economy will restart after the pandemic, we will see to what extent China really means business in implementing that. Now, on the second question, I think that there is clearly no other way, exactly because of the context you described. We are who we are. We have our allies, and we have our dependencies, and we belong where we belong. And in my view, for very good reasons, we belong where we belong. But I think that the dynamic aspect can allow us to, can basically enable us to manage expectations of what we can do, of what we can achieve. So we don't disappoint our Chinese friends, but we also don't send the wrong message to our allied countries. I think that what Greece has to offer to China is this good understanding of how Europe works, how the EU works, how regulation is made in Europe, how it is implemented. And I think there is, this is an area that we haven't really worked on a lot. I mean, if you take into consideration the fact that very recently the expansion of the Piraeus port was blocked because of the environmental impact assessment. I mean, there is clearly gap there. It's clearly an area where we can do more.
Thanks very much. I suppose we can carry on and discuss these very interesting issues for a long time, but I'm afraid that we're desperately running behind schedule. Can I suggest that we stop at this point so that we can have a very brief 2-minute break perhaps and move on to the next panel, if you agree, Mr. Mazarakis? And can I then thank warmly panelists, Professor Song Xiaomin in Beijing, joining us online. Thanks very much for your participation and comprehensive presentation. Thank you, Dr. Konstantinos Timonis, for your participation and thought-provoking presentation as well. And thank you for your participation. Let's have a quick break at this point. Thank you.
Good. We have a 3-minute break. I give you 1 more minute. And then we gather again for the final panel. Thank you. Okay, we are ready to start again. I would like to make sure that the chairman of Piraeus Port Authority, Mr. Yu Zhengang, is here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear very clearly.
Excellent, excellent, welcome. Okay, also our moderator, Professor Xi Ziqin.
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Very well.
Okay, it's fine, okay.
Good, so we move to panel 4, China-Greece relations in the new era. Our moderator is Professor Xi Ziqin, Executive President of the Institute of Belt and Road Strategy, Tsinghua University. And I pass the floor to you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mazarakis. So I'm very happy to have this chance to moderate this the panel of the discussions. Panel 4 is a very long a day here, is a long time. So our panel is we are trying to discuss China-Greece relations in the new era. So when I first read the topic, I think the new era, I don't know how to try to define new era, because when we talk about the China-Greece relations, I think it's new era. We can start with 1970s. Now also we can start just the speakers now mentioned 2000 year, yeah. So maybe our speakers are very excellent. You can try to define when the new era starts. So as far as as a scholar, I start to focus on the China-Greece relations, maybe starting about just 2010, about 2010 or 2009, since the Euro debt crisis starting. So also our cooperation with the Greece about Piraeus support, something like that. Maybe even in the recent year, I think a lot have occurred between China and Greece, like the high-level visits for President Xi Jinping and President Li Keqiang. And also when we talk about the China-Greece relation, usually we try to focus on a civilization or dialogue of culture. But now we think we can talk more, especially since the starting of the Piraeus port. So every almost the Chinese scholars, even the young guys, for example, the Tsinghua University students, they know about the Piraeus port. And also 2 years ago, as a matter of fact, I tried to take a group of Tsinghua students to Greece. So anyway, I think more and more Chinese and more and more young guys starting to know about China, to know about Greece. So I know that I will not make so much about the remark, the commencing remarks. I'd like to give our floors to our two speakers. Our two speakers, one is the Professor Plamen Tongchev. Yeah, I don't know whether I pronounced it correctly. He's the head of the Tongchev. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Tongchev, thank you.
Tongchev. So he's the head of the Asia unit. I think Asia unit. I think also in Greece. Yeah, I think a lot of studies about Asia and China. Institute of International Economic Relations. Yeah, Athens, Greece. Another speaker, I think, is the head of the very famous company, of Costco. Now he's the chairman of the Paris Port Authority. So I mean, our audience are looking forward to your excellent speeches. So please, Tunchev, Professor.
Thanks very much. I feel privileged, to be on this last panel, in the sense that I can draw on some excellent points which were raised by previous speakers. I don't have to reinvent the wheel myself. In fact, I can only add few elements to this whole day discussion. I can add some brushstrokes. And let me tell you that one of the key words that I kept listening to since the morning is the word mutual. There have been very many references to mutual understanding, mutual trust, mutually beneficial cooperation. And I think that this is something that we need to keep as a takeaway, and I'll get back to it towards the end of my talk. Yet another key word that I've kept is the word review. It's something that Ambassador Xiao mentioned in the morning, and I thought this was worth keeping, because indeed, while this is a celebration, this is an occasion, an opportunity for a celebration, it's also a perfect opportunity for both sides, for Greece and China, for some stock taking, for a review of the experience which has been acquired to date, for some useful lessons to be drawn, and then make some projections into the future or the new era, as is the title, the heading of this panel. It's an opportunity for some critically and constructively examining some underlying assumptions behind Sino-Greek relations, revisiting these assumptions if need be, adjusting them to ever-changing, ever-evolving circumstances at the time of fundamental transformation of the world as we know it. And I think it's quite natural for two sovereign nations, Greece and China, to have their distinctive priorities in terms of socio-economic development or national security. This means that while there's cooperation, of course, there may be some diverging views on certain issues, and it's through a frank and open discussion that mutual understanding, let me again reiterate the word mutual, it's only through a frank and open discussion that mutual understanding can be achieved and then common ground can be identified. Two more remarks on my part. I will dwell on Sino-Greek relations on three levels: economic cooperation, political ties, and cultural exchanges, cultural diplomacy. And the last remark before I kick off is that I will in fact be looking at the last 16 years after the 50 years which we are talking about today. Why 16 years? Since 2006, when the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement between Greece and China was signed during the visit of former Prime Minister Kostas Karamolis to Beijing in 2006. Now, at the first level, the economic cooperation, I think obviously Piraeus is a starting point, because this is how it really gave Sino-Greek relations a boost back in 2008, when the first agreement between COSCO and the Greek state was signed. Let me remind you that back then, before COSCO took over, before COSCO signed the first agreement for two piers in Piraeus, Piraeus used to have a throughput of about 700,000 TEUs. It was really backwaters, I mean, frankly speaking, back then. And then 11 years later, in 2019, Piraeus hit a record level of 5.6 million TEU. I hope that Mr. Yu, who will be speaking after me, may come up with some more up-to-date figures. He certainly knows these figures better than I do. But it's a fact that Piraeus's throughput really skyrocketed within about a decade or so, and Piraeus became one of the fastest growing ports in the world, and this is duly acknowledged. I understand that right now Piraeus is ranking 29th globally in terms of its container throughput, but again, I'll be happy to listen to Mr. Yu when he takes the floor. I also understand that cruise ships are making a comeback after the pandemic, or hopefully towards the end of the pandemic, and this, of course, is also an important fact. And of course, we cannot oversee the fact that COSCO is now in possession of 67% of the stock of the Piraeus Port Authority, which gives it an extra leeway to manage the facility and, of course, implement its policies. Having said that, and while acknowledging the spectacular success of the Piraeus port in, I would say, operational terms, there are also some issues that we cannot neglect. These issues have been in the press. They have been extensively covered by the Greek media. I don't have to go through the whole list of these issues because they're pretty much known. There have been grievances by environmentalists, local authorities, some local businesses. There have been frictions with the trade unions. There has been a fatal accident which caused a wave of strikes late last year. All these issues are there and we know it. I would say that a question one needs to raise here is to what extent COSCO have adjusted their behavior to the local context and their decision-making process to the local context. At the same time, I mean, to be fair, there have been some weaknesses on the Greek side as well. I mean, I can tell you very honestly that the Greek public administration is known to have been late in setting some environmental standards, in doing its job, all right? So I would say that, that there's been a learning curve on both sides. Let's put it this way very politely. And again, I'll be listening very carefully to Mr. Yu. It would be interesting to see what how COSCO will go about the recent ruling of the Council of State on the environmental assessment, environmental impact assessment that Kostas Timonis mentioned previously. It would be interesting to see how COSCO will go about Pier 4, which has been a persistent point raised by the Chinese side. Whether there will be a shipyard in Parama, let's see whether we can have some clarity on these issues. Yet another, on the economic front, yet another, of course, Chinese investment is State Grid's stake, 24% stake in ADNIE, IPTO, the independent power transmission operator. And of course, this has contributed to State Grid's involvement in the expansion of the national high voltage grid to non-interconnected islands across Greece, which is also an interesting economic development. No need to speak much about shipping because it's been mentioned already. I can only highlight the fact that the Greek commercial fleet is said to be behind about 50% of the import of energy resources into China and possibly 20% of other goods into the Chinese market. Shipping, we can have, I suppose, a separate panel on shipping itself, as it's a huge area of cooperation. In terms of trade, yes, volume has been growing, I would say, in both directions. But of course, there's also the issue of the growing trade deficit. As Mr. Frangogiannis this morning hinted at that. At the Institute of International Economic Relations, we calculate that at present, in 2020, China accounted for about 16%, 16% of Greece's overall trade deficit. And of course, that deficit seems to be growing. Now, again, to be fair to the Chinese, I'm not putting the blame on China on this particular count. I think we need to be honest and say that Greece needs to be more competitive and the worth of Greek exports need to to increase, particularly if Greece manages to increase the value of its exports. Right now, what Greece is exporting to China is mostly raw marble, all right? Let's be clear on this. In terms of tourism, yet another area of cooperation. Of course, Greece is interested in China's huge outbound cohort of tourists, but so far the results have not been that spectacular. In 2019, the last year before the pandemic, the number of Chinese tourists in Greece barely reached, I believe, 200,000. And there's, of course, room for improvement, hopefully after the end of pandemic. And this recent agreement on the joint action plan, I believe, in the area of tourism is a step in the right direction if Greece really wants to attract Chinese tourists. There's the issue of golden visa holders. The golden visa scheme is an official policy of the Greek state. There are expectations on the Greek side, although on the Chinese side, this is seen as a matter of individual and personal decisions. It's not an official policy of the Chinese state. Let me quickly move on to the second level, which is foreign policy issues, political ties. I would say that on this front, it's more or less a mixed bag, because as has become abundantly clear, Greece and China belong to different systems. They have different systems. And their views may vary from full agreement on some issues to being on opposite sides on other issues. In a broader context, has been mentioned already, of course, Greece cannot neglect the overall deterioration in EU-China relations. In addition, being a NATO member, Greece cannot turn a deaf ear to the debate within NATO about China. As Professor Tsoukalis mentioned this morning, Sino-Greek relations are part of the bigger picture. And again, Deputy Minister Frangogiannis reminded us that Greece is in the EU for three principal reasons: democracy, security, and prosperity. So Greece is firmly committed to the EU, and in relation to the China-United States standoff, Greece does not want to be sucked into this confrontation, but after all, the United States is a major strategic partner of Greece, as was illustrated by the recent visit of the Greek Prime Minister to Washington. So this is something to be reckoned with, taken into account. On some other issues, on the Belt and Road, we just had a fascinating panel. I don't want to spend time on this because we're possibly short of time. On the China, on 16+1 or 17+1, the format that Greece joined back in April 2019. Yes, the format has become a bit controversial. Again, Dr. Tsimoni spoke about its uncertain future. It's now back to 16+1 after Lithuania's departure. I understand that 16+1 is being reformatted, and there are some, I'm hearing from colleagues in other European countries, that there's a discussion on whether it could be reformatted, perhaps downgraded to ministerial level. Perhaps the summits could be, if not annual, they could become biennial. There's an ongoing discussion about it. But again, I don't think Greece would pull out of 16+1. I don't think that's a realistic prospect. On the One China policy, one needs to highlight Greece's commitment to it. Mind you, Greece is not sending any delegations to Taiwan, unlike a number of other EU member states. And I'm also noting the fact that Greece, as well as Cyprus, by the way, have remained consistently silent on United Nations statements critical of China on all the controversial issues that we are well aware of: Taiwan, Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and so on. I would say that on this particular account, Greece and China seem to be on very good political terms. In relation to Turkey, because Turkey is a high priority, high foreign policy priority for Greece, Athens definitely takes account of China's political weight as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, and possibly expect some political support on behalf of, on the part of China. Frankly speaking, my humble personal view is that it is not a realistic prospect that China would take sides between Greece and Turkey, but that's my humble view. Moving on to the third level of cultural exchanges, there's a lot that has been said, and thanks very much to our previous speakers. I don't need to go through the whole list of all of this flurry of cultural and educational activities and the Confucius Institutes and what is being done by universities. I would say that I'll get back to cultural exchanges towards the end of my talk, and I need 3 more minutes to conclude. Where do we go from here? If we are indeed looking at the new era in Sino-Greek relations, I would say that in the economy, one could expect some intensive contacts between Greece and China in the energy sector, particularly in relation to renewable and alternative energy sources. Perhaps electric vehicles, that's also becoming an interesting area. In terms of political ties, I would say that Greece and China will remain on friendly terms, but I expect some clear-cut boundaries. You know, there are issues on which we will be on opposite sides, and there are issues where Greece and China will be much closer together. And the third area, cultural exchanges, I think that will be the most dynamic area of cooperation in the foreseeable future, possibly because it's the easiest area of cooperation, free of political or economic disputes. By and large, I would say that Sino-Greek relations are based on a growing bilateral agenda, an expanding menu, if I can put it this way. Some headwinds and challenges cannot be precluded, and they should be discussed frankly and openly, because a sincere dialogue between Greece and China would be beneficial to both sides. I would say that what really matters is that this dialogue is based on substance and not optics, not just impressions, but substance. Only this way can both sides make realistic assumptions and then have realistic expectations. I would reiterate that Sino-Greek cooperation has been based on a learning curve for both sides. Let me get back to the key word mutual. If mutual understanding is indeed enhanced, or if it has been enhanced over the past 16 years, I think that this could be good news for both sides, and that I'd rather stop on this positive note. Thanks very much.
Okay, so thank you, yeah, Tung Chef. So you give me a very good answer about the when the new era. So about 16 years, yeah, 6 years ago, 16 years ago, just 2006, yeah, 3 years earlier than I, yeah, 2009, 2009. So you try to give the grasping of the keywords, the mutual understanding, mutual trust. I think you give a very good review of the China-Greece relations from the latest substantial cooperation in Piraeus, and also about the culture and tourism in political areas, and also education areas, and also what should we do in the next. I think this is the very sincere issues for Greece and China are concerned in future. Later maybe we'll try to have a discussion. Okay, thank you again, yeah, Professor Tung Chef. The next speaker is the chairman of Piraeus Port Authority of China, Yu Zhenggang. Please, Yu Laoshi.
Okay, okay. Excellent, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Piraeus Port Authority Company, I'm very honored to participate in the high-level symposium on the 5th anniversary of China-Greece diplomatic relations. Over the past 50 years, China and Greece have become very important strategical partners. Mutual benefit and a common development are the characteristic of the cooperation between two countries. So the Port of the Piraeus from the COSCO Shipping, this project is the best example that represents the win-win cooperation between China and Greece. Piraeus Port, all of us know, located in the southeast China of the Europe, is the closest port next to the Suez Canal. It has played a very important role to connect the East and the West since ancient times. COSCO Shipping Group stands optimistic about the development prospect of Greece and the commercial value of the ports of the Piraeus. When Greece was facing financial crisis in 2009, COSCO Shipping Group invested the number 2 and the number 3 container terminals of the Piraeus port. And also in 2016, COSCO Shipping Group completed the acquiring the majority shares of the Piraeus Port Authority. It's almost about 67%, making a milestone of the great development of the port. At present, Piraeus Port has becoming a leading container ports in the Mediterranean and Europe, and the world ranking has increasing from 93 in 2010 to 29 in 2021. At the same time, Piraeus Port had also developed into the largest ferry port in Europe and the very important cruiser home ports, Ro-Ro Transit and the ship repairing central. The China, Europe Land and the Sea Express had becoming a very great and new logistic channels between China and Eastern Europe. The logistic time from the Far East to Central and Eastern Europe is 7 to 10 days shorter than that of the traditional Northwest European routes, which has made outstanding contribution to promote the economic and transportation, construction, and development of China, Greece, and even China and Europe. COSCO Shipping always determined to the concept of the promoting local economic development and the social development through the ports of Piraeus. PPA, it means the ports of Piraeus have directly created 3,000 jobs and indirectly created 10,000 jobs in the society of the Attica area. The logistic output value has increased significantly, driving Greece GDP to increase by 0.8% points in 2021. In 2021, PPA won the list of the top 35 sustainable development companies in the Athens Stock Exchange market and was rated as the most sustainable development companies in Greece in 2021. Over the year, COSCO Shipping Group has actively fulfilled its social responsibilities and give back to the local society. On the one hand, PPA regularly supports the local community, sending some of the gifts to the people with needs in surrounding cities during the festivals. On the other hand, PPA has implemented a series of public welfare projects, including building a modern children's park with the local communities, translating and publishing the famous Greek novel, Children Counting the Stars, into Chinese, sponsoring the Greek Olympic Committee Beijing Winter Olympic delegation as a gold medal sponsor, strengthening port security and donation more than 250,000 euros to relative Greek government and hospitals to fight the pandemic. Just 2 weeks ago, We also held the signing ceremony of concession the Silo warehouse transforming into the underwater museum with the Greek Minister of the Culture and the Sport. That PPA will provide about 13,600 square meters of the port space for the construction of the Greek Underwater Archaeological Museum. Once again, PPO tell the Chinese story and split the Chinese plan with the practical actions, showing the responsibility of building a community with a shared future for mankind. The success of the PPA is because of the joint effort of China and Greece. Also, the success is inseparable from the strong support of the Greek government and the local society. With the concept of the win-win cooperation and the sustainable development, COSCO Shipping Group will continue the investment, construction, and operation management of the Piraeus port. In order to build the port as a comprehensive and a competitive, expanding the cooperation between China and Europe, PPA will also empower the technology development and promote the construction of green, low carbon, and digital ports. On the one hand, we will continue to support Greece's economic and social development. And on the other hand, to promote cultural exchanging and the local society welfare. We will contribute to the further strengthening of economic cooperation, political and cultural trust among China and Greece. So this is my main topic. I refer to the professors talk to some question or something, and I would like to mention that first of all, we met some difficulty to enforce our construction, our mandatory enforcement because of Supreme Court decision. But I think this is only the temporary Supreme Court. This is only the temporary difficulty for us. And this is only because of the environmental some procedures. And we have the local one of the project environmental approval certificate, but just because of the some procedures of the whole ports of the strategical environmental certificators. So right now we are together with our government together with the Greek government to fulfill such kind of the procedures for the whole ports of a strategical environmental certificate. Once it was approved, I think we will continue to do the mandatory enforcement. And secondly is that for the Panama ship repairing zone, and COSCO Shipping, once we take over this port of Piraeus, we are always to upgrade the facilities of the Panama ship repairing area in order that the local maybe several hundred of the repairing companies to do the more ship repairing workers in the Panama area. And we will provide their very good and very upgraded sufficient infrastructure and let them to use it and to be versing for the shipping companies, and then let them to do the works. The third question is that whether we will to build the number 4 container terminals, and I think right now we have sufficient of the keys for the container transship. The problem is only some yard is not sufficient for the container transship, but right now Pier 1, Pier 2, and Pier 3 whole 3 terminal can accommodate about 7.2 million TEUs transshipment. So we still have the times to do it. Okay, this is I think it's my main topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Yu, and thank you for your introduction. So from your presentation, I find the keywords is the best example of win-win cooperation, and also the milestones, and also leading posts, all the very good words. So maybe some you have also give answers to the questions from the audience. So yeah, because for us, maybe we do not know so much about the pirate port in Greece. As a matter of fact, years ago, I just want to pay visit to your port, but you have a very busy schedule. So thank you for our two speakers. Clement and Yu. Before our discussion to the audience, so I'd like to also take the privilege to have one question for Tunchev. So just you mentioned that in the future we should try to find the solution how we should try to work to improve or to have the relations between the two sides. So as we know, the environment or the situation or even the world is undergoing the great transformation, and also Europe is undergoing the great transformation, especially the Russia and the Ukraine war or crisis. So a lot of means a lot of pressures upon Chinese government to give criticism or against Russia. So the next maybe and also we can find that the European countries, even EU, you try to have some a slight change about this policy toward China. Just also you mentioned some of the points. So what do you think? Maybe what do you think we should try to do to have our relations uninterrupted in future? Okay.
Thanks very much. I suppose this is not a billion, but $1 trillion question. Well, let me very briefly tell you this. I was quite intrigued by the previous panel, which I moderated, by the way, and what one of the previous speakers, Dr. Simonis, called dynamic transactionalism. And I'm simply reiterating some of his points. He said that in his definition, dynamic transactionalism is not based on values. It is primarily bilateral because multilateralism is messy, and he came up with the 17+1 example. There is no normative basis for dynamic transactionalism. I'm not a proponent of his theory, but you know, it's still very fresh in my mind. I think that one possible answer would be that relations should be based on clear-cut positions, values ideally. And this is why I think that if we clarify our positions, who stands for what, who supports what, I think that will make our life easier. And of course, there may be disagreement, there may be diverging views, but at least we know what the remaining common ground will be. I think that this could be one way out, to put it that simply. Thank you.
Okay, maybe let's try to move on to the audience to have any questions from our participants or the other audience. Okay, also try to not to be shy.
Yes, may I have a question, Professor Shi?
Okay,
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to have a question for Mr. Yu, Costco. Mr. Yu, very glad to see you again. So in 3 years ago, I was with a delegation from CAS and visited your port, and we had a meeting and also had some discussions on your business. And as we heard last time, that you had established a business for try to deliver some quick lines from Greece to Adriatic Sea or to Black Sea. So that means when you receive the big ships from Far East, and then you turn to the small ships and have some faster deliveries to the other ports in Adriatic Sea or in the Black Sea. So my question is whether this business would help the general volume of the increasing of your business in the port, and also whether there is an impact, especially considering the war for almost 3 months in Ukraine. And as Tonchev had also mentioned, that the railway, express railway between China and Europe have some negative impact. And in this regard, whether you have experienced some changes in this regard. Thank you very much. So I mean, whether you had experienced some changes in the fast lines delivery to the other ports in to the Europe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Liu, and very nice to meet you again. And I still remember 3 years before, and when the whole of the world is open and without any pandemic, and then we met together in our premises of the PPA, and we are very glad to receive you. And we also discuss some of the business transshipment in the ports of Piraeus. Okay, referring to your 2 questions, and I think that will be separate for 2 things. One of the transship by the sea, by our feeders in the ports of the Piraeus. And the second is that transship by the railways and the motherships from Far East to the ports of Piraeus, and then transshipped into the Middle East by the railway. So let's say first question, and it's by the sea, and we are still developing very good, and that the mothership is coming from the Far East and then transship the containers into the feed ship. And then this feed ship is going to the Black Sea, to the Mediterranean area, and even to the I think to the Serbia, to the Split, and to the all of the East Europe, and even for the West Europe of the Italy or something. So it's going very well. So right now per week we have the 13 feed ship coming from the Piraeus port, which is going to the Black Sea and also to the other European ports, and mostly it's going to the East Europe and also the West Europe. Of course, for the because of the war of the Ukraine and the Russian, of course, we are right now for some feeders which is going to the Ukraine and the Russian is stopped because it is not allowed, and also because of the war in that area. So these 2 ports, 2 and 3 ports in the Odessa, in the Rostov, in the Russian ports, it will be stopped. So this is the one issue. Second issue is that for the railways, which is the transshipped from the Piraeus, which is going very well, and up till now we already reach about 130,000 TEUs per year. So it's almost 130,000 TEUs per year. So per week it almost have the 11 to 15 railway tracks which is going to the East Europe. So we hope that we can developing yearly by yearly and to increasing the volumes. But once that if the volume up to some amount, it also will be meet the difficulty because of the capacities of in the Greek and also in the Middle East, like from Hungary, Serbia, and this area, Macedon, and in that area there is also some limitations for the capacity. But right now we are doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Any question from the other?
If I may, Professor Shi, I just want to make sure out of all these interesting things that Mr. Yu mentioned, did you say that about 1 million TEU a year goes to Central Europe by rail? I just want to make sure that I've got the right figure.
No, 130,000.
I see.
130,000 TEUs per year.
Right, thank you.
May I ask a question?
Okay, please.
Good. Just I'm turning the camera so that I may be seen. Okay. I don't know if you have read Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray. So I would like to say something in regard to the situation of the social situation in Greece regarding the picture that big companies have when they are attacked by usually left-wing opinions that have a big impact on the population. I think Costco has managed up to now to be the most successful big investment with the least general indignation by the public. So this is one thing that I would like to say. The other thing is that by doing things like what you will be doing with the silo in Piraeus, turning it into a underwater archaeology museum, is among the things that have to be commended, because it changes exactly this situation, which I believe comes from the past in the Greek society and has kept back development in a very bad way, including the Perama situation, and I'm fully aware that you know about it. So I would also like to boast a bit that the Laskaridis Foundation has funded the Promeletti, I don't know how to say it in English, the first study about changing this silo into a museum, which is of course needed by the state in order to request money from the European Union to build this museum. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
For you, Chairman Yu, yeah.
Okay, so no, the silo museum is originally is by the law is already fixed for the museum, and only additional about 80,000 the lender which will be together with the silo that we will give the government to build the whole of the museum, because they get the EU funds. I think was a very, very good project for the ports and also for the societies. I don't know whether it will meet your requirement or not. I don't understand what's what's your questions, and because the silo building is originally by the parliamental, it's already fixed for the museum, but it's not enough space because the space is only 4,000. It's very small. So the government got the EU fund for 75 million, which will build the underwater museums. So we also, the total of the space, land space is about 13,000, which we will donate it to the government, to the societies, and let them to build it. So it means it's 4,000 silo building plus the extension land. The total is about 13,000.
Thank you. Yes, this is exactly what I was referring to. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay.
Dizzy, do you want to have a question?
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm just audience today. Well, I do not have any question, but I'm very impressed by what Chairman Yu just telling us. We all know that COSCO project is a very successful business investment. It's the best representation of the cooperation of the two countries. By what we heard now, that COSCO not only doing good business to build up the Piraeus port to be the biggest one in the Mediterranean Sea, and also you did a lot for the Society of the Greeks. So especially very impressive for your donation to the underwater museum. And you did a lot of great things there. I think all of this will bring the peoples of the two countries more closer. I'm not in political, but I think I like very much all of this, and to see what we are doing now is trying to bring the people and the two countries together. This is just what I want to share with you all here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Shi. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, maybe we'll have a few more minutes. Any questions from our audience? Okay. So, I think if we have no more questions, I think we should try to. I don't know whether I should try to the chair.
Thank you very much. I think that we are close to the end of this panel. So I would like to ask you if you could evaluate these 50 years of diplomatic relations. Do you think it was benefit for Greece? It was something that benefit. Yes, yes. Sorry. Do you think that benefits Greece or not, or nothing? It was just.
Thanks very much. I think this is a fantastic question, which I have been raising myself for many years now.
Oh,
I mean,
so you have answered, right?
No.
After so many years.
No, I'm just sharing your query. Indeed, can we have an assessment of Sino-Greek relations? I mean, this is the very first thing I said at the beginning, that I like the word review that Ambassador Shao mentioned. Let's have a review of our relations. Let's see what's been successful. Let's see what has been less successful. All right, let's have an assessment. And by the way, let's have an assessment of the Piraeus port. Why not? Mind you, if Piraeus had been an EU-funded project, assessment would have been compulsory, all right? Why not have an assessment of the project? Why not? And let's see what's good, what's worth retaining, what could be improved. So I'm very much in favor of assessment. And by the same token, yes, let's have an assessment of Sino-Greek relations over the past, if not 50 years, because I mean, 72 is way back in time in an entirely different era. But we could very well have an assessment of the last 16 years since Greece and China, came into this comprehensive strategic partnership relationship. By all means, I'm with you. I can only concur with you. Let's have an assessment.
I understand your response. Thank you very much for your answer. But as a Greek, I'm going back to in 2008, and I remember the port. So if my personal assessment is positive now, because I have to compare with what I had before a few years, I don't know if we could have something better. But I know what was before some years. And I know that at that time, we didn't have many investors to think about this port and to be willing to invest in this port. So that's why I'm asking you.
Again, I hope that will be the very last point, because I suppose we're running short of time. But again, I did mention the spectacular increase in the throughput of the Piraeus port, and I suppose that's to COSCO's credit, starting from 700,000 TEU back in 2008, and the throughput increased by a factor of 8 by 2019, I believe, right? And I did mention that Piraeus was the fastest growing port in the world. I mean, that's an achievement to be acknowledged. It is acknowledged, isn't it? When it comes to the spillover effect of the overall socioeconomic benefits, now that calls for a thorough assessment. I'm not in a position to make it, but I think it should be incumbent upon the Greek government to order such an assessment, to promote such an assessment. And the Greek government itself should be interested in all the benefits generated by such a large-scale project, and then consider whether or not it is getting what is due, what should be getting into the state coffers or the overall economy. So I'm with you on this. We do need such an assessment. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe perhaps I should try to give the floor to Mazarakis. Yeah, we have 5 minutes. Yeah, so Mazarakis, is the time for you to concluding remarks. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Xi. Okay, we are okay. So we are in the final plenary, I understand. First of all, good. We have all the speakers online. Please open your cameras. I should get off the hook. Yeah. Good. So everybody is on camera. I would like, first of all, to thank everybody. I would like, where is Mr. Ksenchin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good,
yeah.
I see you. Good. So, since I'm first in the catalog, I will say a few words myself, and then you can close yourself. First of all, I am very happy to close such an interesting event. I understand that the general theme is enormous, and being so large, it is difficult to really say that you have covered all aspects in one afternoon. I would like to say just a few words about the unification through conquest, or as opposed to voluntary unification, and that we see two lines from ancient times until today in the area of civilization, moving in parallel, perhaps arriving to the same or similar decisions, but not always, it is not always clear if this has happened because of some interminglement of between them. I would also say that what Ellen Avramidou noted, that civilization is not only literature. I fully agree with that. It is much broader than that. Also that the Greeks know still, in spite of the progress these last years, the Greeks still know less about the Chinese than the Chinese know about Greeks. And this is a reality. It is getting better, but we have a long road to still go on. The lack of a consistent narrative by Konstantinos Tsimonis, me being an ex-military person, I fully agree with that. You cannot fight a war if you do not have clear aims. So the same applies to everything, in my mind. I referred to something that preoccupies me a lot, and this is the limitations of Greece in our case with respect to its geostrategic position. I mean, Greece clearly belongs to what we call the West, so we have severe limitations in that regard. These cannot be overcome easily. Of course, we do need to keep a clear mind and have clear targets, trying to do the best within the limits that we can in order to make the large players of the geostrategic field come closer together, because this will benefit us together with the rest of the world. It is a big lesson to see what is happening in Ukraine now. Huntington has written very clearly that he regards Greece belonging to the Russian Orthodox sphere of civilization in his book, The Clash of Civilizations. We see that he probably is wrong. And this shows how easily we might not understand the future, even if we are the best academics. So dangers exist, and we must try to overcome them, mostly by mutual understanding, as Professor Tonchev noted just now. When we talk about mutual understanding, we talk about understanding each other's limitations, progress, capabilities, and we try to give from our point of view the same aspects of ourselves. I would now pass the floor to Mr. Xen Chin.
Thank you very much. And I think it is a long day, not only for the participants in presence, as well as for the online participants. Looking at the agenda, we almost have a whole day program. So let me express my congratulations for the successful event today. Today's main topic is, the purpose of today's conference is try to celebrating the 50 years of the bilateral relations. I think one day is not enough to try to have a stock making or even have a reviewing. So the time is very limited. But anyhow, in today's program, we had learned a lot from the history of the bilateral relations, from the exchanges in different areas, and as well as the successful policy implementation and business cases. So these are very, very good experiences for the further development of the bilateral relationship. And maybe one small things I would like to mention, but I think for Chinese people, it is a big thing at that time. So 10 years ago, when the war happened in Libya, Libya. And there was action we called evacuation of the Chinese citizens from Libya. And at that time, Greece provided a huge support for China to evacuating the Chinese citizens. And in that case, the Greece had a very, very famous brand in China. So that's why the Chinese tourists love to travel to Greece and love to spend times with the Greek people. I think this is very important, especially as we used to say, a friend in need is a friend indeed. I think this is exactly the case to show how the friendship it was and it is between China and Greece. And looking for the future, I think maybe several remarks. The first remark is that we are talking about the bilateral relationship. And for China, it is not for the Chinese practice to try to ask the partner country to make a choice. Come with me or against me. This is not the Chinese practice. But in nowadays world, there are some practices from some countries. They ask the countries try to make a choice and try to make a front. And this is not the case for China. And I don't think this is it is also not the case for the Chinese and Greek relationship. What China is always like to do, we used to say that make the cake bigger. So we understand you are part of, you mentioned that you are part of the Western world and you are a member of the EU, you are a member of the NATO. It doesn't matter for China. So because we would like to make the cake bigger and we try to find more opportunities to develop the prosperity for both people in both countries. So I think that's the meaning of the Chinese diplomacy. And that's the meaning for China to develop the relationship with different kinds of countries. And also that's the meaning of the Belt and Road Initiative. So it is not ask a partner to make a choice. It is try to make friends, more friends, and provide more opportunities. So this is my first remark. And the second remark is, as in today's conference, some speakers have already mentioned the mutual. So mutual understanding, mutual trust, and mutual cooperation. And in Chinese, we have another word we call seek common ground while reserving differences. So we understand we have differences, but still we are working together because we would like to try to find more common grounds. And as I heard in the morning session, one of the professors had mentioned that we are not only just exchanges, but we also try to make more synergies. So I think this is the real meaning for the future. We try to make more common ground for our further bilateral relationship. The third remark I would like to mention is that the communication exchanges are very, very important. I think today's conference is exactly the case that we have some discussions or even we have different views, but still we can try, we try to make more understanding. I think in this regard, either the Las Rigas Foundation or the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, as well as the China Center, that's the task for all of us, try to provide more opportunities to make people have the more understanding toward each other. I think this is also the future task. And by the end, I would like to thank the excellent organizational work for the institutions, and also as well as for the staffs. They contributed a lot of help, and thank you all of them. And also, last but not least, I would like to thank all the speakers. They have their wonderful speeches and express their ideas, and let us work together. And maybe for the next 10 years, we will be back and celebrating the 60 years. And at that time, maybe we will have some reviewing work and have a final, have a better stock making. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. Thank you to our audience, online and physical. And goodbye, everybody.